Live stream, ada live streaming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference, harmonizing and globally nursing competencies to increase excellency in public health status, strategy, and implementation.
Selamat pagi Bapak, Ibu, dan Saudara sekalian. Selamat datang dalam Seminar Keperawatan Internasional yang ke-6 dengan topik Harmonisasi Standar Kompetensi Perawat Global dalam meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat yang paripurna, strategi, dan implementasi.
International Nursing and Health Science is a collaboration of 5 nursing institutions in Jakarta, Indonesia, namely Nursing Academy of Pelni Jakarta, Nursing Academy of Keris Husada, Fatmawati College of Health Sciences, PGI Cikini Hospital Nursing Academy, and Pasar Rebo Nursing Academy.
Seminar internasional keperawatan ini adalah kerjasama dari 5 institusi, yaitu Akper Pelni Jakarta, Akper Keris Husada, Stikes Fatmawati, Akper RS PGI Cikini, dan Akper Pasar Rebo.
I am Melida Simanjuntak, Maternity Nursing Lecturer in Nursing Academy of Pasar Rebo, Jakarta. I feel honored to be your Master of Ceremony on this very occasion special. I will lead this conference in English.
Dan saya Rizko Nugroho, Humas Akademi Keperawatan Pelni Jakarta. Saya merasa terhormat dapat menjadi MC pada hari ini, dan saya akan memimpin jalannya acara seminar ini dalam bahasa Indonesia.
First of all, let us say thanks to God Almighty, who has given us this occasion to hold. the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference.
Pertama-tama, marilah kita mengucap syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena telah diberikan kesempatan untuk mengikuti seminar internasional keperawatan ini.
Before we continue with our agenda, we're going to show you list of the rules of our conference today.
Sebelum kita memulai acara, berikut tata tertib acara kita pada hari ini.
First, after joining Zoom meeting, please switch off your microphone and switch off your camera. During the presentation, the host and co-host will have complete control over the audio.
Setelah masuk ke dalam aplikasi Zoom, mohon setiap peserta agar menonaktifkan suara atau mode mute, namun tetap mengaktifkan kamera dan saat presentasi berlangsung, kontrol suara sepenuhnya akan dipegang oleh host dan co-host.
Please write your ID using your full name and not the name of your device.
Semua peserta diwajibkan untuk menuliskan nama asli pada aplikasi Zoom dan dimohon untuk tidak menggunakan nama perangkatnya.
If you have any question, you may ask your question using Zoom chat room or YouTube, and don't forget to also write your name along with your institution name.
Pertanyaan bisa diajukan melalui chat room Zoom atau YouTube dengan tetap menuliskan nama dan asal institusi.
4. The certificate will be given to those who have already registered and fill in the evaluation link.
Sertifikat akan diberikan kepada peserta yang telah melakukan registrasi dan mengisi link evaluasi.
If you can join in Zoom application, please join in live streaming YouTube. The link address will share in Zoom chat room.
Apabila Anda tidak dapat mengikuti di aplikasi Zoom, maka Anda dapat menyimak melalui live streaming YouTube dengan menggunakan link yang tertera pada layar.
We hope all participants to be able to take the part in the webinar until it's finished and without any disturbance.
Semua peserta diharapkan agar dapat mengikuti kegiatan webinar hingga selesai dan tertib.
And door prize available for the lucky ones with a total prize of 1.5 million rupiah.
Tersedia door prize bagi yang beruntung dengan total hadiah Rp1.500.000.
In this moment, I would like to welcome the honorable guests, participant, presenter, and also the respectable. The Honorable Mr. Agus Setiawan from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Jasuda from India, Associate Professor Dr. Weni Deores from Thailand, Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix from Singapore, and the Honorable Head of Higher Education Service Institution Region 3, Jakarta, represented by Mrs. Nur Santi as Data Center and Institution Coordinator. Mr. Hari Fadila, Chairman of National Nurses Association, Mrs. Yupi Supartini, Chairman of Educational Nursing Vocation Institution of Indonesian Association, and Mrs. Sri Atun Wahyuningsi, Director of Nursing Academy of Pelni, Mrs. Sri Sulistiowati, Director of Nursing Academy of Kariswasada, Mrs. Suarsa Dewi Agra, Director of Fatmawati College of Health Sciences, and Mrs. Sheni, Director of PGI Cikini Hospital Nursing Academy, and Mrs. Yuanita Panma, Director of Nursing Academy of Pasar Rebo, Mrs. Buntar Handayani, Chairman of Committee, and all the honorable guests that we can name one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, please give appreciate to all of us and especially to our speaker today.
Para hadirin sekalian, mari kita berikan apresiasi kepada kita semua dan para pembicara kita.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
To all participants, please be seated and kindly switch off your microphone on Zoom and to avoid interruption. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on this conference, we have several agenda as follows. First, opening ceremony, welcome dance performance, pray, national anthem followed with March Indonesian National Nurses Association, welcoming speech from Chairman of Committee, and welcoming speech from Chairman of the Educational Nursing Vocation Institutional of Indonesian Association. Welcoming speech from Chairman of InternationaL Nursing Association. Welcoming speech from Head of Higher Education Service Institution, Region 3, Jakarta. Second, conference session and discussion. Third, oral presentation and discussion. And the last is closing ceremony. Now, before we start the main agenda, we will watch the video of performance traditional dance by student of Nursing Academy of Pasar Rebo.
Sebelum kita memulai acara, marilah kita nikmati bersama tari persembahan dibawakan oleh mahasiswa Akper Pasar Rebo.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us start this conference by praying first. So this event on this day will run well without any obstacle. Prayer will be led by Nurse Denny Prasetyo, Master of Nursing, Medical Surgical Nursing Specialist.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, sebelum kita memulai acara, marilah kita berdoa bersama yang akan dipimpin oleh Nurse Denny Prasetyo. Kepada Bapak Denny Prasetyo, dipersilahkan.
Thank you, Mr. Rizko dan Mrs. Merinda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to our lives. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are non-Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamda yuwafi lima huwa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yamdi lil jalali wa ikal karimin wa asimil sultan. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa zatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma fir lana wa liwalidana wal muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'mini wal mu'minat al ahya minhum ammat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibun da'wah ya hajat hajat. Oh Allah, today Saturday, August 2, 2022, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about international conference, make this international conference and useful social assembly as a medium of sharing useful idea, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference be organized to the benefit of our life, burden of knowledge, sense of idea, and let us to be successful, productive person within to both dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our heart and our mind with your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activity. Help us to speak our mind clear. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other so that we are include the best person. Oh Allah, protect us from any temptation, show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Show us and make it clear to bad things and give us knowledge and strength of the avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who fulfill our doa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Before we start the main agenda, we will listen to the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and follow it by March Indonesian National Nursing Association.
Sebelum kita memulai acara utama kita, marilah kita dengarkan bersama lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan Mars PPNI.
To all attendants, please take a perfect position and kindly switch off your microphone and open your camera.
Kepada semua hadirin yang dipersilahkan dalam posisi sempurna dan dimohon untuk mematikan mikrofon atau suara dan menghidupkan kamera di Zoom.
Indonesia Indonesia, wujud ikatan profesi perawatan, tempat membina dan mengembangkan kemampuan diri dalam membuktikan keberadaannya. Menapaklah dengan keyakinan lebih pasti, sejajar dalam abdikan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Wahai perawat Indonesia, bangkitlah dan majulah untuk menolong sekalian yang menderita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk menghantarkan bangsa menuju sehat semua dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Maju perawat, majulah dalam kancah pembangunan, tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita, jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra profesi, menjunjung tinggi kode etik keperawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia, tercapai derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia. Sebagai bukti kiprahnya mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi PPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia.
The next is welcoming speech, and as well as opening this conference, which will be delivered by Chairman of the Committee on this International Conference. Please welcome to Mrs. Buntar Handayani, Master of Nursing, Master of Management.
Selanjutnya, kami undang Ketua Seminar Internasional, yaitu Ibu Buntar Handayani, untuk memberikan kata sambutan, sekaligus membuka acara ini. Kepada Ibu Buntar Handayani, dipersilahkan.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference. I would like to welcome the honorable guests, participants, and presenter. The Honorable Mr. Agus Setiawan from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Jaya Suda from India, Associate Professor Dr. Wani from Thailand, and Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix from Singapore. The Honorable Head of Higher Education Service Institution Regional 3 Jakarta, represented by Mrs. Nursanti as Data Center and Institution Coordinator. Mr. Harif Fadila, Chairman of Indonesian National Nurses Association. Mrs. Yubi Supartini, Chairman of Education Nursing Vocational Institution of Indonesian Association. The Honorable Nurse Sri Atun Wahyuningsih, Director of Nursing Academic Pelni. Nurse Sri Sulistiawati, Director of Nursing Academy of Kerisusada. Nurse Swarsha Dewi Arga, Director of Fatmawati College of Health Sciences. Nurse Yeni, Director of PGI Cikini Hospital Nursing Academic. Nurse Yuanita Panma, Director of Nursing Academic of Pasar Rebo. All participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Buntar Handayani. I am a chairman of organizing committee today. It's an honor for me to welcome all of you in this virtual conference. The topic of this conference is about harmonizing of global nursing competencies to increase excellence in public health status. Strategies and implementation. It's based on SDGs Sustainable Development Goals program. This related to common commitment and involvement of country to support global development, including the acceleration of health improvement after the COVID-19 pandemic, which is stated in the third point in the SDGs goal, which is to ensure healthy life and support welfare for all ages. In December 2021, Indonesia officially held to G2000 presidency with a priorities issue, namely the global health architecture, with aims to strengthen health relations and assist the global system in an inclusive, equitable, and response manner to crisis. This is the moment of nurses to contribute to global system with direct impact on policies and the utilization in nurses in health services. Nurses can support to achieve of the third SDGs objective refer for the guidelines and priority issue of the state of the competence and knowledge of nurses can help achieve the SDGs gives in Indonesia. We hope from this international conference we get description how nurses can contribute to achieve the SDGs and G2000 goals by improving the quality of nurses globally competencies, implementing nursing services based off SDGs guidelines, providing opportunities for nurses and other health workers to discuss openly about the current and future SDGs, having direct or indirect impact of the achievement of SDGs 2030 throughout the research in nursing services. Enjoy for containing today's event. Hopefully everything goes well and good luck for us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mrs. Buntar Handayani. And the next is welcoming speech from the Chairman of Educational Nursing Vocational Institution of Indonesian Association. Please welcome to Mrs. Yupi Supartini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science.
Thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi. The Excellency, the head of LL Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, the President of INA, Indonesian National Nurses Association, Bapak Dr. Harifadillah SKP, SH, MKEP, MH. Keynote speaker, Bapak Agus Setiawan, SKP, MN, DN. All the speakers, Professor Dr. Jayasuda from India, Dr. Wani Deoisres from Thailand, Mr. Thomas Molam Felix MSc from Singapore, the Excellency to the Chairman of the Committee of the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference, Ms. Buntar Handayani, SKP MKEP, MM, also as a Director of Akper Pelni, Head of STIK, Fatmawati, Director of Akper PGI Cikini, Director of Akper Keris Husada, and Director of Akper Pasarbo, Jakarta, all the board members of Region 3 IVK or IVNE, all the chairmen, and all the participants, whether from Indonesia or maybe from outside Indonesia. First of all, let's thanks to the God with His Almighty that we are in healthy and good condition and could attend this international conference. On behalf of the Central Board of Members of IVNE, I would like to express our appreciations to the Regional 3 IVNE, especially to the joint committee from Akper Pelni Jakarta, STIK, Fatmawati, Akper PGI Cikini, Akper Keris Husada, and Akper Pasarbo for the success story in holding many programs which is beneficial for the members. And especially in this moment, they present the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference with the theme Harmonizing of Globally Nursing Competence to Increase the Excellence, Public Health Status, Strategies and Implementation. We know they are actively involved in the national and international programs held by CB or Central Board or members of IVNE, and they have many programs which support the members of Regional 3 IVNE to moving forward together in developing in the educational process and procedures, produce competent and professional graduates who could compete in the global market. Ladies and gentlemen, as we realize the SDGs is the international agenda implemented by all over the countries with the aim to push the involvement and commitment of all the countries in continuous development, especially in health, including the increases of healing from COVID-19. As we realize that the SDGs is the international, the benefit of this knowledge and experience from all the speakers, include the keynote speaker, the representative from LLDT, the president of INA, we believe could emphasize the knowledge given by all the speakers. Through this international conference, all the participants, which are all the nursing lecturer, students, practitioners, and others who pay attention to nursing community, could broaden the perspective, increase the knowledge, and finally could participate actively in implementing and reach the goals of SDGs through its roles and function to support Indonesia healing quickly from COVID-19 and stronger in facing every health problems. So thank you very much to all the excellencies who make this international conference success, and good luck to the committee, good luck to the participants. May we could stay healthy and safety. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Mrs. Buntar Handayani to give a certificate. Thank you. And the next welcoming speech from Chairman of Indonesian National Nursing Association. Please welcome Mr. Hari Fadila, Master of Nursing, Master of Law.
Untuk kata sambutan berikutnya, kami undang Bapak Hari Fadila selaku Ketua Umum DPP PPNI. Kepada Bapak Hari Fadila, dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, the Honorable, the Head of LL Dikti, or Higher Service Education Region 3, Dr. Parisyanti Nurwardani, MP. Good morning, Bu. Who I respect, Chairman of IVK, Ms. Yupi Supartini, and who I respect to Chairman of Conference Committee, my colleague Buntar Handayani, and then the Honorable, the Directors of Nursing School, Akper Pelni, Akper Pasarbo, Akper PGI Cikini, Stikas Fatmawati, and Akper Kris Husada. Especially distinguished our colleagues, the keynote speakers, Mr. Agus Tiawan, Dean of Faculty of Nursing Indonesian University, and he is as Chairman of Association of Indonesian Nurses Education. The distinguished my colleagues, speakers from other country, from Thailand, Dr. Weni Dosris, Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix from Singapore, and Professor Jaya Sudha from India, and all participants of 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on this extraordinary day, let me express my gratitude to all attendants for the willingness to participate and present in this 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference. We express our gratitude to the Almighty God because we are in healthy condition right now, and to be able to and together through the Zoom meeting. The Indonesian National Nurses Association is a professional organization formed as a forum that brings together nurses and function as unifier, coach, developer, and supervisor of nursing throughout Indonesia. In carrying out this function as developer of nursing profession, INNA has carried out a various activities, including scientific activities such as training, training of trainers, workshop, and seminar at local and national level and international level in various branches of nursing science. We support this activity, the International Conference Nursing and Health Science right now. The theme of this conference related to the harmonization of global nursing competencies is still very relevant to be discussed in the framework of globalization. The globalization has an impact on the need for global standards in various aspects, including in nursing. Therefore, is achieving global standards, it is very necessary to harmonize competence in order to get to recognition it's between nursing in various countries or regions, like bilateral or region like ASEAN Economic Community or global in the WTO framework. Yeah. Representing of a professional organization that accommodates nurses throughout Indonesia, I really support this conference carried together by Nursing School Akbar Pelni, Pasar Rebo, PK Cikini, Stikas Fatmawati, and Kris Husada. Especially since this activity is carried out regularly every year, and this time is the 6 years. Yeah. This forum is very good for self-development of nurse and nurse student. Hopefully, this International Nursing and Health Science Conference can provide enlightenment as well as new knowledge for the participants, especially nurses and nursing students and nursing lecturers in carrying out their professional duties. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hari Fadila, and please be willing to Mrs. Buntar Handayani, as chairman of the committee, to give a certificate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buntar Handayani.
Next, the welcoming speech from the head of Higher Education Service Institution, Region 3, Jakarta, and represented by Mrs. Nursanti. Please welcome to Mrs. Nursanti.
Masih mute Ibu Santi.
Nah, terima kasih.
Ya.
Mohon izin saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Ya, sebelum saya membacakan sambutan ini, mohon izin menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Ibu Dr. Insinyur Faris Tianti Nurwadani MP, selaku Kepala Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 3 yang tidak dapat hadir bersama-sama kita dikarenakan ada agenda lain yang tidak dapat diwakilkan, sehingga beliau menugaskan saya untuk hadir bersama Bapak dan Ibu dalam acara ini. Sambutan Kepala Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 3 pada Konferensi Internasional Ilmu Kesehatan dan Keperawatan tanggal 20 Agustus tahun 2022. Yang terhormat Ibu Buntar Handayani, SKP MM, MKep, selaku Direktur Akademi Keperawatan PELNI dan juga selaku Ketua Panitia, Ketua DPP IPG Ibu Yuki Supartini SKP MSC, Ketua DPP PPNI Pusat Bapak Dr. Arif Fadila SHMKep MH, Direktur Akademi Keperawatan Sarbu, Direktur Akademi Keperawatan PGI Cikini, Direktur Akademi Keperawatan Kris Husada, Ketua Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Fatmawati, para pembicara, para undangan dan hadirin yang saya hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas rahmat dan kasih sayangnya, sehingga pada hari ini kita dapat menghadiri acara konferensi internasional ilmu kesehatan dan keperawatan dengan tema Harmonizing Globally of Nursing Competencies to Increase Excellency Public Health Status Strategic and Implementation. Saya mewakili LLIT Wilayah 3 mengucapkan apresiasi kepada 5 perguruan tinggi di lingkungan LLIT Wilayah 3 yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan konferensi internasional ini, yaitu Akademi Keperawatan Pelni, Akademi Keperawatan Pasar Rebo, Akademi Keperawatan PGI Cikini, Akademi Ristusada, dan Stikes Fatmawati. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, pendidikan tinggi bidang kesehatan memegang peranan penting bagi bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Karena bangsa Indonesia tidak dapat mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa tanpa adanya sumber daya manusia yang sehat dan berpendidikan. Saat ini terdapat 284 program studi bidang kesehatan, mulai dari program diploma 3 sampai doktor. Jumlah ini setara dengan 15% dari total program studi di DKI Jakarta. Namun kita perlu cermati adanya penurunan jumlah mahasiswa di bidang kesehatan, khususnya pada program diploma yang saat ini hanya 12.837 mahasiswa dibandingkan dengan tahun 2017 sejumlah 14.387 mahasiswa. Penurunan jumlah mahasiswa diploma memang bukanlah hal yang mengherankan karena terdampak adanya perubahan regulasi di bidang kesehatan. Untuk itu kami mendorong kepada seluruh perguruan tinggi yang memiliki program studi di bidang kesehatan untuk berkolaborasi dan memperkuat program studi serta institusinya. Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi sejak beberapa tahun terakhir telah memberikan beberapa program yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan program studi dan penguatan kelembagaan pendidikan tinggi. Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Vokasi telah menyediakan program peningkatan diploma 3 menjadi sarjana terapan, di mana hal ini dapat meningkatkan mutu dan relevansi program-program studi terhadap kebutuhan di masyarakat. Begitupun dengan Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Tinggi yang telah menyediakan program penggabungan dan penyatuan perguruan tinggi swasta, di mana institusi pendidikan tinggi dapat berkolaborasi dan memperkuat kelembagaannya untuk menjawab tantangan di tingkat nasional maupun global. Beberapa program yang telah saya sebutkan sebelumnya merupakan sebagian kecil dari fasilitas dan program Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Di samping hal tersebut, ada beberapa program flagship dari Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi untuk transformasi pendidikan tinggi yang sangat sayang sekali jika tidak dimanfaatkan. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya muliakan, pada tahun 2022 ini, LLIT Wilayah 3 sedang melakukan pemetaan, pemantauan, dan evaluasi terhadap 292 perguruan tinggi di wilayah LLIT 3 Jakarta untuk memastikan bahwa arah kemudi perahu yang bernama Institusi Pendidikan Tinggi telah diarahkan ke tujuan yang sama, yaitu transformasi pendidikan tinggi berbasis indikator kinerja utama. Untuk itu, sekali lagi, LLIT Wilayah 3 terus mendorong perguruan tinggi untuk berkolaborasi dalam satu perahu, sehingga dapat berlayar lebih cepat dan efisien ke tujuan kita bersama, yaitu transformasi pendidikan tinggi dengan memberikan kemerdekaan bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan kampus. Akhir kata, sekali lagi LLIT Wilayah 3 mengucapkan selamat mengikuti konferensi internasional ilmu kesehatan dan keperawatan ini, serta apresiasi kepada 5 perguruan tinggi yang telah menyelenggarakan acara ini. Salam Kampus Merdeka, bersama kita ciptakan Merdeka Belajar dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Nur Santi, and please to Mrs. Buntar Handayani as a chairman of the committee to give a certificate.
Terima kasih, Bu.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the main agenda. We are going to have our conference session. And the first session for keynote speaker, I kindly invite our moderator today, Nurse Lisnawati, Master of Nursing. I hand over this agenda to you.
Para hadirin sekalian, sekarang kita akan masuk ke acara utama kita, yaitu seminar yang akan dipimpin oleh moderator kita, Nurse Lisnawati, Eskep Mkep. Kepada Nurse Lisnawati, dipersilahkan.
Thank you, Ms. Merida and Mr. Risco. Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? Our conference is about to begin. Please have a nice seat. Turn on your video and mute the microphone. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our conference today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Lisnawati Nur Farida, lecturer from Stikes Fatmawati, Jakarta. I'm the moderator for this session. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you, friends, colleagues, and future nurses to join this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform how the conference will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material for about 30 minutes. After that, we have question and answer session and followed by conclusion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today Indonesia is trying to carry out sustainable development, or what is commonly called Sustainable Development Goals. In contrast to Millennium Development Goals, the SDGs are designed by involving the government sector, civil society organization, the private sector, and including academia. With more complex goals on them, one of them is the health agenda. Nurses are health workers with the largest number, have a big role in achieving the goals. On the other hand, the development of nursing science in Indonesia is also growing due to the availability of education level from undergraduate, postgraduate, specialist to doctoral program, which has different competencies, as well as there was many nursing educational institutions with different quality. This condition giving us challenge and questions how to harmonize these competencies to increase public health status and further to support the achievement of SDGs. In this session, we'll get the answer from our honorable speaker who will deliver a presentation about strengthening nursing education in Indonesia for future global society. Before he delivers the presentation, let me read for you the profile of the speaker. He gained his master and doctoral degree in University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. He dedicated his professionalism in the field of community nursing. As his working experience, he was casual lecturer at the Faculty of Health, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. National Professional Officer, Human Resource for Health, Nursing and Midwifery, WHO, Indonesia country. His current position as the Dean of Faculty of Nursing, Indonesia University. He also actively involved in some organization. Currently, he served as chairman at Indonesia Nursing Educational Institution Association, chairman of Sigma Theta Tau Indonesia, chairman for membership committee of Asia Pacific Alliance for Nursing Education, expert council of Indonesia Community Nurse Association, representative for Indonesia at Southeast Asia and East Asia Nursing Education and Research Network, and the last chairman of Indonesia Nursing State University Leadership Forum. He is committed to develop the nursing science by conducting research and has been published in several journals, both national and international. He received several awards and prizes for academic and research performance. He also actively contributes to continuing nursing education as speaker in several conferences or workshops. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to welcome the speaker, Mr. Agus Setiawan, Doctor of Nursing, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Agus Setiawan, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Ibu Lisnawati, for very warm introduction. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear.
Okay, good morning, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. The Honorable, the head of LLDikti Regional 3 Jakarta, the President of PPNI, Pak Hari Fadila, the Chairman of IFIKI, the Chairman of the Conference Committee, Ibu Buntar from Akpel Penli, as well as the Joint Committee, Akper PGI Cikini, Chris Husada, Pasarbo, and Stikas Fatmawati, distinguished speakers, and also the participants. First of all, allow me to give an appreciation for the Joint Committee of the 6th International Nursing and Health Science Conference. Thank you for having me in this session. Indeed, it is an honor for me to be able to be here to share with you some thoughts around the harmonizing the global nursing competencies to increase the excellency public health status to strengthen the strategies and implementations. Allow me to share my PowerPoint. So can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the topic I'm going to talk this morning to start the day is strengthening nursing education in Indonesia for a future global society. So I'm speaking from my perspective as the Dean at the Faculty of Nursing Universitas Indonesia, and also from the perspective of the Association of Nursing Education Center. So I will start my presentation with the broad issues, which is mega trends, what the world is dealing with today, which has implication on the life of the society in the world as well as in Indonesia. That obviously this will have implication on the health and nursing and also nursing education. And then I will go down to a little bit explanation about sustainable development goals as part of the background of this conference, and what is the government agenda in both Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education in response to this SDGs framework. And then I'm going to describe a little bit what is the implication of the transformation conducted by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education on nursing and nursing education. And I will end up in the end of the presentation by the projection of what is the future nursing, what is nursing education in the future, and what the strategies for us from nursing education institution to strengthen the nursing education, particularly in Indonesia. So hopefully I will cover the presentation within 30 minutes. Please remind me when I approach the end of the time. So let's begin with mega trends. So I believe you have heard about megatrends. Megatrends is basically the term used in the discipline of economy. So basically, the megatrends is the issues or trends that drive the change of the world. So it's likely give us the illustration of how the world is today and how the world is going to change and how it looks like in the future. And there are 5 issues in megatrends today. If you open the literature, there are lots of megatrends, but I sum up into 5 big issues. The first one is global economic power. The change is in global economic power that will affect the change in our society and ultimately will influence the health and education. As we might be aware that in the last 3 years, we are experiencing the biggest pandemic in the last 100 years. So we had a pandemic back in 1920, which was Spanish flu that killed about 50 million people in the world. And we have just experienced the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 3 years, which has changed almost all aspects of our lives, social, economy, including education. This pandemic has changed the economic situations where some countries are facing economic crisis, like we are experiencing today in some part of the world. And now we can see that the effect of economic crisis has led to the crisis of geopolitical crisis, like we watch the tension between Russia and Ukraine and also China and in surrounding areas. So both direct and indirect, this crisis, both economy and geopolitical change, will influence Indonesia as a country and also will influence the economic of the country and the life of the society, and also ultimately will influence the health status of the community. We are experiencing now in the last few weeks in the market, we face a rise of the price of some commodities, including oil. And the next trends that the world is facing today is demographic change. So I will talk a bit more about demographic change in a minute. So basically, demographic change is the world is getting older. So the composition of the age group in the world as well as Indonesia has changed significantly, where we have more older people than younger people. So I will talk a little bit more regarding the demographic change. The third issue is the rise of technology, as we are experiencing now that the technology is growing very rapidly and very fast. In the past, the speed of the change of technology is counted by years, 10 years, but now we can see the change of technology even change very rapidly, in days, sometimes in hours or in minutes. So the reason I'm saying this is to prepare our students and our lecturers that what we are learning now, what we are teaching to our students now might be not relevant for them when they graduate, as the technology is changing very rapidly. So the thing that we have teach to our students is the competency of learn how to learn a new thing. So when they graduate, they will see new trends, they will see new thing. It is not stressful for them, as they know they can find a way how to learn new thing, and also for the teachers. Yeah, so the students can now can access the learning resource very deep, very wide, even sometimes faster than the teachers can do. So what the role of the teachers nowadays is not like the teachers in the past. In the past, we tend to teach the students, we tend to deliver the old way of teaching, but now the students can do by themselves, they can do self-directed learning, where the role of the teachers are more likely to facilitate their learning. And then we see rapid urbanization, and this is one of the challenges that Indonesia is dealing with today, where human resource of health, particularly nursing, is the problem is the distribution of health workers. Particularly for nursing, the government always says that nowadays we have lots of nurses working. I will going to show you the number of our nurses in a minute. But one of the problem is the distribution of nurses. Lots of them, majority of them are working in the city, where some villages, they are lack of human resource that will affect their access to healthcare. And also the last one, the issues that we are experiencing is the climate change, and also the resource scarcity. It used to be in Indonesia, we have wet seasons between September to December, but now the time of the seasons is changing unpredictably. So in the past, we have like dengue had dengue fever in the rainy season, but today we have the disease throughout the years. So the climate change is also changed the pattern of the disease, that ultimately needs our graduates to be prepared to the change of the climate change. So as I mentioned earlier, that the world is facing aging population between 2015 up to 2050. As we can see in the figure here, that the proportion of the world population over 90 years will nearly double from 12% to 22%. And this 2020, last 2 years, the number of people aged 60 years and older is outnumbered children younger than 5 years. Even in 2050, 80% of older people will be living in low and middle income country like Indonesia. And Indonesia is one of the countries that has the fastest increase of older people. And the pace of population aging is much faster in the past, and all countries face major challenges to ensure that their health and social system are ready to make the most of this demographic shift. So as we can see that the projection from the US that showing that in 2020 we have an interchange in the number of people age 65 plus and age below 5. And in the future, we're going to have more older people than younger people. So this is the statistics from Indonesia. So at the moment, we have about 10% of older people out of 275 million people living in Indonesia. So that means that in every 10 Indonesian people, one of them is elderly. So most of them, quite 50-50, are living in urban and rural. 60%, most of them are young elderly, or between 60 to 70. With the gender are mostly women. So what is the impact of this aging population? So the impact will be increased in the dependency ratio. Dependency ratio of Indonesia at the moment is about 15%. That means that every 15 of adult will be dependent on them, about 100 people. increased government spending on healthcare and pensions, and those in work may have to pay higher taxes. So this is what happened in high-income country, where those who are in productive ages who work have to pay the taxes, and these taxes will be used when they're getting old, and they will be looked after by government when they retired. And then shortage of workers, as you might be aware that one of the implication in the increase of elderly is the increase of non-communicable disease, and that we need long-term care. And we talk about long-term care, we need more nurses. As we can see now in Europe, in the US, there are lots of shortage of workers. So that's why back in 2020, WHO has highlighted the theme for the World Health Day as the year of nurses and midwives. So basically the theme is to anticipate that in the future, there will be shortage in nurses as the demography of the world is changing. And also changing the sectors within the economy, and higher saving for pensions may reduce capital investment. So this is the impact of aging population on health. As we can see that between 2008 and 2030, in high-income countries, middle-income countries, and low-income countries, there is not much different between 2008 and 2030 in high-income countries. But we can see in the middle-income countries and low-income countries that the non-communicable diseases increase very significantly. So in the future, like in Indonesia, the health challenges that we have to deal with as the main cause of death are stroke, ischemic and hypertensive heart disease, and also diabetes. So these three main cause of death has become the baseline of the government to make a transformation in health system. And as we can see, in the life expectancy and mortality, Indonesian people life expectancy is 72 years, with the maternal mortality ratio is about 305 per 100,000 live births, and infant mortality ratio is quite good, 23 per 1,000 live births. So in terms of infant mortality ratio, Indonesia has performed a very good achievement, while we still have homework in achieving the target of maternal mortality ratio. So these two indicators is the indicator that we use in Millennium Development Goals. Yeah. So we can say that in the Millennium Development Goals, we have achieved the target number 5 in infant mortality ratio, but we still have homework in the MMR. And we also have some other health challenges, what we are experiencing today, including access to healthcare. When I say access to healthcare, is not necessarily in terms of geographical challenges, but also the distribution of human resource for health, the universal health coverage, where not Indonesian people are covered by health insurance. Today is about 80% of Indonesia, so we still have few people who are not insured. And also, as the world experiencing today is emerging infectious disease, which is COVID-19. So we have moved from MDGs era or Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals. As you may remember that in the era of MDGs between 2000 and 2015, we have 8 goals. The goals for health is number 4, number 5, and number 6. As I mentioned earlier, Indonesia is performed quite good in MDGs number 4, but we still have homework in MDGs number 5 and number 6. Starting from 2015, the United Nations has changed the framework that involved the government of the countries as the members. So they changed the framework from MDGs into Sustainable Development Goals. So basically, the SDGs is the framework that is based on 5 P's: people, planet, peace, prosperity, and also partnership. So it has 17 goals where health is emphasized in goals number 3. So in goal number 3, we have 17 targets. Yeah. So the government has put some strategies and also agenda how to achieve the SDGs. As you can see, you might have seen these slides before. I took this slide from the Transformation Office in the Ministry of Health. One of the strategies from the health sector to achieve the goal number 3 in SDGs is through what we call the Healthy Community Movement or Gerakan Masyarakat Hidup Sehat or GERMAS. And to support the vision of the government, the Ministry of Health has designed or has emphasized 6 pillars of transformation. The first one is transformation in the primary care. The second one is transformation in secondary care or referral, and the third one is transformation in the resiliency of health system. The fourth one is the transformation in health financing system, and the fifth one, which is relevant to us, is the transformation in human resource for health, and the last one is the transformation in technology, in health technology. So that's the agenda that now is highlighted by the Ministry of Health. As we focus on the transformation number 5, transformation in a human resource for health, one of the important thing that might affect our world is in education. So we've got to make sure that if we want to have the human resource of health that is able to provide care that is aimed to obtain the Sustainable Development Goals, we have to prepare them in the education. So now the Ministry of Education has also have a certain agenda, which I'm going to show you in the next slide. So this is the transformation in the Ministry of Health, that what we know as the policy of Merdeka Belajar or independent learning. So there are 8 indicators in this policy. So basically, it's give opportunity to our students to have more competency, to have more added value, not only the competency of them as a professional, but also other competency. And I'm going to talk about in the next section of these presentations. So to anticipate the change in the future that I have mentioned earlier, that nurses play very pivotal roles. As nurses in Indonesia is the majority of health workers. So we account nearly 30% of health workers. So there are about 24 kind of health workers in Indonesia. But those who give direct care service to the patient include midwife, dentist, GP, specialists, pharmacists, nurses account for nearly half of them. So one of health professionals who provide direct care to the patients are nurses. This means that nurses have a pivotal role in determining the quality of care to the patients. They will determine the efficiency of the care and also the quality of the care. 30% of them are working in the community and 88% work in the cities. So this is the challenge that I have mentioned earlier, that in terms of number, Indonesia is does not have any issues with that. But the problem that we have to deal with is in the distribution of health workers. So this is the figure of existing situations of nursing education from the background of their education. So we have now more diploma nurses, and then bachelors, master specialists, and doctors. So basically, the shapes is like triangle shape, where more bachelors are working in serving the community. In the future, we we have a projection that we do hope that more nurses who give the service to the community consists of mostly bachelor or and nurse, and it's been highlighted by the head of Ibu dari LLDT that saying that that nowadays the vocational nurse students has decreased, and now there are more students going to bachelor level. So the implication for this figure is hoped that in the future nurses can have can make more innovation in the work, in the community, in the clinical setting, as they are equipped with the competency of research, in competency of using data in clinical decision making, and also when they hold a bachelor degree, specialist, doctor, as well as diploma, it allows them to work collaboratively with other health professionals, as they have a similar background of educations. So what are the competencies needed by the world today and the future? As the change that we have discussed earlier, that we need nurses who are able to have critical thinking and problem solving, and also digital literacy, as we are now in the world of digital, and they have to have the skills or the competency to adapt quickly into digital transformations. We're going to have the graduates who are creative and imaginative, as the change are happen very quickly, the ability to communicate and collaborate. And I'm very grateful that this conference is conducted collaboratively between 6 schools, and also involving the association and the organization, and PPNI and IFIKI and IPNI, and also the government. And also we do hope that our graduates in the future will have strong leadership and also personal development skills. So this is the need for global competency of health professional. Okay, thank you. So this is the need for global competency of health professional in the era of technology disruption that we are experiencing in the COVID pandemic. So we aim that the students will have professional competency, the integration of professional knowledge, attitude, and skills, but we also want them to have added value, new competencies, data literacy, technology literacy, cultural literacy, and also interprofessional competencies. So this is the nation education development in the past. We start to have diploma in nursing back in 1962, and we have Bachelor of Nursing today. And the nurses are continuing to develop their education here in Indonesia. And now we have a number of Doctor of Nursing with total in nursing education institution, Diploma of Nursing more than 420, and Faculty of Nursing now at about 345. So this is the type of nursing education that we have now in Indonesia. We have vocational nurse, professional nurse, graduate program, master and specialist, and also graduate nursing education. So this is the pathway where you can go in terms of nursing education. When you graduate from high school, you can go to diploma and professional nurse education, Bachelor of Nursing and Clinical, and you can continue to master program, specialist program in both clinical and community, and also Doctor of Nursing program. So I'm going to skip this. We have vocational nurses that now accounted for 60% of all nursing graduates. And this is the curriculum. And this is the professional nursing that's based on the educated as the bachelor nursing that nowadays accounted for about 40% of nursing graduates. So as Bachelor of Nursing program, they have to complete about 144 credits for academic stage and 36 credits for clinical rotations. So this is the competencies that we are preparing our graduates. The first one is as the care provider who give direct care to the patient and the community, the communicator, interaction with individual clients, family, other health professionals, educators, and health promoter, manager and leader, and also researcher. This is the quality assurance that we are going to make sure that the education and so on the students are quality assured and they are competent, and also the school meet the minimum standard of educations. For institution, we have evaluation and accreditation, and for nursing graduate, they have national competency exam and nursing credentialing system. So this is in the institution level. So the schools should be accredited by to meet the public accountability, and this is performed by government or independent institution. That nowadays we have Lampetekes. So for the students, they have to perform clinical practice that require academic certificate, registration certificate, nursing practice license, and also registration that should be renewed in every 5 years. So these are the challenges that we have to deal with for nursing. Varieties in the quality of nursing education institution. As I mentioned earlier, there are more than about 800 nursing study program here in the country. Maldistribution of nurses only 20% in rural areas, and access for continuous nursing education, inadequate opportunity to share knowledge and best practice. But we do have enabling environment for improvement, supporting laws, leadership, professional association in PPNI, and also in IPNI, in IVK, collaboration with related ministries, and also existence of national accreditation bodies. So this is the direction, future direction of nursing education, particularly in the method of learning that we learned from COVID-19, that we use what we call contextualized multiple intelligence, tripleization paradigm, that now students can work using the platform, digital platform. And basically the COVID-19 pandemic is not only changed the method of learning, but also the paradigm of learning. That in the past, the delivery of learning is only is used traditionally, but now we can use number of platform and technologies, and students can explore, can create, can interact with global community. So this is the last part of my presentations, the recommendation for future education in Indonesia for social development and global competitiveness. So basically, we need to redesign the nursing curriculum that provide broader knowledge based on nursing science, the impress of the students to the independent identity of their nursing profession, increase the number of academic units in courses that will promote development of high level of critical thinking ability, increase the number of contact hours, and opportunity for students to develop their clinical skills and competency expected of professional nurses. And the nursing curriculum must prepare nursing graduate for both national and international employment, as the world has opened to everyone. Develop nursing students' consciousness on social development and social welfare as the agent of change. And we need to pay this nursing school need to pay attention on how to prepare competent nurse as educator, and also the manager, and also the faculty as the lecturer. We have to be exposed to the new technology in nursing education practice through formal, informal, continuing nursing education, and as well as establish English medium of instruction in classroom and create English environment in school and campus. So thank you very much, Ibu Lisnawati. That's briefly from me. We can continue with discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agus Setiawan, for the presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I'd like to invite the participant who will ask directly to the Zoom. Please raise your hand, or you can write the question in the chat room. We have 20 minutes to discussion. For this participant who will ask to the speaker, please unmute your microphone and you can ask the speaker directly in the Zoom. Sepertinya belum ada yang bertanya ini. Oke.
Berarti udah jelas atau bingung ya?
Ada dua kemungkinan ini, Pak.
You are free if you want to ask in bahasa Indonesia ya, and Ibu Lisnawati will translate it for you.
Most of our participants today is students. Please, maybe all of you, some of you have experience in learning in campus with student-centered learning method, or you have experience to deal with the study in the campus with the different method, such as like I mentioned before, student-centered learning with technology. Maybe you can share your experience. Oh, Prof. Reza thank you, Prof. Reza, for joining the discussion session. Prof. Reza asked what happened of nursing challenges after COVID pandemic. Okay, Mr. Agus, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions, Pak Reza. So there are lots of changes happening in nursing education in the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. It might be similar to what happened in other countries in the world, that back in 2020 and in 2021, schools are closed and students have to learn from home. So at that time, we utilize technology. We use lots of digital platform to deliver the study. But in the clinical, we've got to make sure at that time that the students meet the minimum competency when they graduate. So we design lots of learning strategies, including simulation and also the use of digital facilities. But some of schools, depending on the situation in the area, because different area had different situation. Like in Jakarta, that was the epicentrum of the COVID. So 100 students cannot come to campus. But in some area where students can partially come, in the laboratory study they can come, but strictly limited by or should convey the health protocols. So 50% of students coming campus to the laboratory, and then the teachers is also the same. But starting from next semester, I guess it's also similar, I believe, in most school in vocational, in Pelni, in Fatmawati and others, that the students is going to start the face-to-face learning. But we are not going to back like we were before pandemic. So we still use some methods of learning that quite workable, that is workable, that we still can use in the new normal. So, for example, in my school in Universitas Indonesia, we will not have big classes. So all big classes will be conducted online. But for small discussions, for practicum, students have to come to campus. And also the change that we made for next coming academic year is the lecturers are encouraged to develop what we call massive online open courses. Like in UI, we have about 200 courses now, and about 10 of them are now in the form of massive online open course. So in this platform, the teachers are preparing the subject in before the semester starts. So they record the lectures, they prepare the online discussion, they prepare the assignment for students, and the students can do self-directed learning for particular subjects, not all subjects, for the particular subjects. So as I mentioned earlier, the function or the role of the teachers are more likely to be the facilitator for the student learning, and the teacher will have more time to do research, to do other activities, not only teaching for the students, and the students can have more independent way to learning, so that they don't have to come to very structured hours in teaching. They can do at home for certain subjects, but once they have to do the practicum, they have come to campus to do, for doing face-to-face to the students. So a little bit change, and the challenges at the time at the pandemic situation is how to make sure that the students meet the competencies. Yeah, and I do believe that at that time we mobilize lots of students to do like apa namanya, kegiatan relawan. Ya, Bu Lisna, what relawan in English?
Volunteer.
Volunteer program. That's right. Yeah, volunteer program. So that time we consider that activities as clinical hours. Yeah, we convert that volunteer program to clinical hours because we believe that in the pandemic situation we need to be flexible to the curriculum, and the government emphasized that students should not inhibited by the pandemic, so the learning should go on. Yeah. And now when the pandemic ends, we still have pandemic actually. The government said it is endemic already, and students need to keep up with the competency that haven't been obtained during the pandemic. So the teachers put some more effort to make sure that the students can keep up with the one that they left when they learn in the pandemic situation. The indicator is national examination, national exam. Yeah, so we believe that if they pass the national exam, then they are competent, because when they graduate, they will have a training anyway in the new workplace to deal with the situation in the workplace. So that's Ibu Lisna, a little bit explanation about the question.
Thank you, Mr. Agus. We already have a question in the chat room, Mr.
Yeah.
For the first question coming from Fazar. Ibu Fazar, how do you think about nursing competencies right now, as we can see that Indonesia registered nurses are not allowed in other countries, such as USA or in Southeast Asia country? Our nurses need to get others training in that country destination. How do you say, sir?
Okay, thank you, Fazar, for the question. The question is, it is a very good question, yeah. So basically, we cannot say that Indonesian nurses are not allowed in other country. No, this is the regulation in the destination country. If other nurses want to work in their country, they have to meet the minimum standard of the country. It is similar if the nurses from the USA wants to work in Indonesia, they have to do some assessment as highlighted by the Ministry of Health, as regulated by the Ministry of Health, and so on. When we are going to work in other country, the designated country will determine the minimum requirement that we have to achieve. Some countries put some tests, like in Middle East, they have what we call prometric. In US, we have NCLEX. In Australia and UK, the minimum standard IELTS and recognition prior learning, and so on. So, but the one that I would like to highlight is your certificate need to be adjusted, so they will see your clinical hours, what's the background of your education. So that's why lots of countries now required nurses at bachelor level to work in overseas. But specifically in Southeast Asia, as Pak Harif mentioned in his speech in the beginning of the session, that now Southeast Asia countries is working on developing one ASEAN community. So myself is part of the group representing the PPNI until 2019. So basically 10 countries in Asia try to do common core competencies that the 10 country has. So hopefully in the future, nurses who graduate from Indonesia can work in other countries in these 10 countries. So that's why in our curriculum, I think both in vocational and also in profession, in nurse, the basis graduate profile that we develop are the 5 core competencies that I mentioned in my presentations. Yeah, so hopefully the competencies that graduate from nursing schools in Indonesia meet these 5 core competencies. Yeah, and this is agreed in the mutual recognition agreement within the members of ASEAN country. But the government is still working on that. We don't know when this is going to be applied, but we have to anticipate. It might be in the future you're going to come to this era. So my message for you, particularly for students, is prepare yourself. Yeah, prepare yourself. You have to be adaptive. You have to have good English proficiency. Yeah, like Ibu Lisna, you have to learn to Ibu Lisna, to Ibu Buntar, how to learn not only with students from Indonesia, but also from wider community in the world. So that's Ibu Lisna, my response to Fazar question.
Okay, Mr. Agus, thank you for the answer. Well, because time is up, I'm so sorry for the last question. We cannot answer for this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Agus Setiawan, for deliver very interesting presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this conference. But before I close this session, we need to remember that nurses are expected to be digitally literate, like the presentation before, and be able to use technology to optimize healthcare service. And to prepare nursing graduate, there are some take-home message for nursing educational institution, like mentioned before, for redesign the nursing curriculum, increase courses, develop clinical skills and competence, nursing students' consciousness, the development or nurses must be exposed to new technology and so on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the speaker, Mr. Agus Setiawan, once more. Thank you for the informative and interesting presentation. And thank you for all participants for the very can say that you are very active for this session because just a little bit question for the participant, but I hope for the next session you will be more active to join with the discussion. And the last, we do hope that the information from Mr. Agus Setiawan that we have shared would be useful to us. Once again, thank you. See you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give it back to MC.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Agus Setiawan and to Nurse Lisnawati. And now please be willing to Nurse Swarsa Dewi Arga, as a chairman of Padmawati College of Health Sciences, to give a certificate to our keynote speaker.
Masih mute, Ibu Dewi.
Dari co-hostnya, oke. Oke, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak Pak Agus sharingnya. Sehat dan sukses selalu mengiringi. Terima kasih sekali lagi.
Terima kasih Bu Dewi,
sangat
Bapak Ibu
bermanfaat.
sekalian, sukses buat semua.
Terima kasih buat semuanya. Amin.
And now let's move on to the second session. There are two speakers will deliver the topic. And for this session, I kindly invite our moderator, Nurse Ayuni Rizka Utami, Master of Nursing, to lead the seminar.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Merida and Mr. Rizko for the time. Thank you for all the participants in this Zoom meeting. My name is Ayuni Rizka Utami. I'm lecturer of Akperpelni, Jakarta. Now I will conduct the second session in this international conference. In this session, we have 3 speakers from 3 countries. For all the speakers, welcome to Indonesia by virtual meeting. Okay, to achieve the SDGs and G20 goals, there need to be a real contribution from nurses. And today we will get an overview of how nurses take on the rules through the harmonizing of globally nursing competencies to increase excellence in public health status. And in this session, we will know how to the perspective of nursing ethic, maternal nursing, and mental health nursing. Okay, please allow me to inform in this session, every speaker have 30 minutes to present, and after all the speaker presentations, we will continue to the discussion with the participant. The speakers will answer the question from participant. Okay, as I mentioned before, there are 3 speakers. The first speaker is Prof. Dr. Ajaya Sudha. She is from India. She will sharing and discuss about implementing nursing ethical value to harmonize nursing competencies. And the second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Wani Desares. She is from Thailand. She will sharing and discuss about strategies and implementation to harmonize competencies in maternal nursing. And the third speaker is Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix, Master of Science. He is from Singapore. He will sharing and discuss about strategies and implementation to harmonize competencies in mental health nursing. Okay. I know all the participants can wait to see the presentation and discuss the interesting material from all the presenters. So we can begin from our first speaker, from Dr. Ajaya Sudha. And we will read her curriculum vitae first. Okay, from Dr. Ajaya Sudha, she is an Indian. She is a graduate from PhD Nursing Vinayaka Mission University, Tamil Nadu, India. She have a lot of work experience. Now she is a principal of PSG College of Nursing, Coimbatore, India. She is licensed in registered nurse and registered midwife. She is a member of Trained Nurses Association of India, and she have a 30 years experience to clinical instructor to professor. And she have a lot of experience in scientific activity and training for the conference, workshop organizing, participant and paper presented in more than 60 conference, both national and internationally. And in 2020, Prof. Dr. Ajaya Suja get award and recognition from Rula International Ding Swiss Researcher Award of the year 2020. For Prof. Dr. Ajaya Suja, please, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aini, for introducing me in elaborate way. First of all, let me thank and congratulate the organizers for choosing such a theme, which is the need of the hour after the pandemic, how to harmonize the competencies of the nurses and the nursing students. So my hearty congratulations to the organizers and thank you for inviting me to be one of the speakers. So let me start with my presentation. What has been given to me is how do we have ethical components. Are you able to view this one?
Yes.
So how are we going to implement the nursing ethical values to harmonize the nursing competencies? Professor Agus, in the morning, he has explained us in detail about what are the competencies required by the nurses and the nursing students, and how are we going to develop it? How are you going to meet the challenges after the pandemic too? And at the end of the session, I'm sure, like, why we need to know about ethics, the past and present, what are the principles of ethics to be followed, the nursing ethical values to harmonize the competencies. And I have given a little importance to the research ethics also, because everything goes in the evidence-based practice, where we motivate all our nurses and nursing students, young budding nightingales, to be the nurse researcher too. So I have little about the research ethics, informed consent, and the publication ethics. So as we knew that the international interdependency, because your title itself says it's a globally harmonizing the global competencies. So when I say that, so that becomes the international interdependency is increasing now. Why? Because of the advancement in the globalization, and the world is experiencing increase in the human mobility, because we keep moving from one place to other. That's a question which they asked. If Indonesian nurses want to go to the other countries like US or South Asian countries, how are we going to prepare them globally? That is the need. So the awareness of the importance of the global health is spread among the public health experts, the policymakers and practitioners in many aspects. So we, the nurses, are the primary group in the healthcare industry. As Mr. Agus said, 29.3% of the health workers are the nurses in Indonesia. So we are the primary group in the healthcare industry contributing to the global health management. So the global health is an essential competency for nurses, and it's important that it's been continuously increasing. So to develop the nurses who can help to solve the global health problem in the future, we need to have a revolutionary change in our education, practice, and in the educational institutions, as rightly pointed out by our previous speaker. So here the nurse educators, the nursing faculty, the teachers, they must be actively involved in research and develop methods to enhance the global health competencies among nurses and the nursing students. That's what, because we have come into the techie world, technology world, how well we can put them into the education. And having online learning, how are we going to attract? Because teachers becomes the facilitator. So the teacher have to be prepared how to facilitate the students, giving the facilities to improve their competencies. And as per this American Nurse Association, which defines the competency as it's an expected level of performance that integrates the knowledge, skill, abilities, and judgment. It is not only if you have a knowledge, you'll be competent. You must have the skill and you must have the ability. Not only having skill, ability, you should know to judge yourself when to do, what to do, why to do, how to do, and where to do. 5 W's and 1 H, always we should remember whatever we do it. So that is our judgment. So competencies helps to clarify the professional expectations and which creates a professional development learning plan for our new nursing role. They describe you what you need to do to know for a specialty role, easing and speeding the transition from student nurse to the staff nurse. So here when we go in for it, there are different core competencies are required by the nurses, by the nursing students. As I told you, the knowledge, skill and attitude, that is most important. If you have a good knowledge, if you are good in skill, but if your attitude is not there, you will not be able to succeed. You may have knowledge and skill. If attitude is good, I'm sure you will develop your knowledge and skill because you always crave for to improve your knowledge to skill if you have a positive attitude. But if you don't have the attitude, then you will not be able to succeed it. So that's what we give more importance to the attitude also, because which counts for the 100%. So which are the areas you must have this competencies? Yes, first and foremost is your clinical care. How are we going to render the care to the people? I will not say patients, because our care is not only the people who come to the hospital to seek the care. We also go to the family-centered care. We go to each home, community settings, because our care health includes that it is preventive, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative. When the patient comes to the hospital is a curative aspect which we take care of it, but promotive and preventive which takes place in the community setting. So there we need to have more importance to that. As he says that only 12% are there, the nurses in the rural area, there is acute shortage and maldistribution is there. So where we need to move towards the family practitioners, family nurse practitioner, like how it is in US and other countries, that should be taken care of it. And then clinical practice, how well we are going to develop our skill in rendering the care to the people. Yes, for most important other competency is critical thinking. That's important. Whatever we do, we need to analyze it. Why are we doing? What are we doing? How are we going to do it? What is it benefit it's going to give us? So the critical thinking should be developed for the nurses, critical and creative thinking with the reasoning skills. And research aptitude. Why do we say about research? Because whatever we do, it goes in for the evidence-based practice, which is good, which is helping the people to succeed. With the limited economic also, we have to think of it. And next is the professional development. As rightly pointed out, yes, you have the GNM, it has come to the bachelorate degree, you have master's degree, and specialized degrees like post-basic diploma in critical care, in OT nursing. You have different specialties where you're going for more specialized one, even diabetic, geriatric nursing, which is a need. So like that, we go for more development and the doctorate in nursing. Again, you can go for the DSc, post-doctorate in nursing. So we have to concentrate our professional development along with the clinical or with the personal development. Next is the teaching and coaching. That is also one of the competency. Yes. Teaching and coaching, it is not only you have to be the teacher in the educational institution, even we have to teach the people, create the awareness, the knowledge, what is to be done. During this COVID pandemic, I'm sure, like, because in India, all our nursing students have been utilized for creating the awareness among the public, wearing the mask, hand hygiene, so which has been taught by each and every student to the community. And how their role was so big. The vaccination camps been attended by our nursing students. So they have become the good coacher, creating the awareness among the public so that there you will be able to sensitize the public about the need. What is the need? How we should proceed about it. So, and the teacher has a lot of challenges during this pandemic, having online classes, the challenge to bring the concentration of the students because it is not face-to-face interaction. So it is a challenge for the teachers to facilitate how the students can be involved in our teaching learning. So where we have included many techie world like blended learning, problem solving learning, and how it can be done. So that should be taught of it. And interpersonal relationship, that is most important. Whatever it is, the communication plays an important role in our life. So how do we, because interpersonal relation for nursing, especially because we interact with all the healthcare team members, It is not only the institution with the teachers, with the office people, with your senior faculty or junior students. When you go to the clinical area, you have doctors, you have physiotherapists, you have pharmacy people, you have fourth class workers, and you have patients, their relatives, so many people. So we need to maintain the good relationship with all the people. That is what we say, that one of the core competency for the nurses to be is the interpersonal relationship. The last is the leadership. Yes, every one of us are leaders. I'm sure about it. But we need to develop the leadership skills, because we should become a transformational leader. That is not only that, we developing the leadership skill where you have to be a transformational leader. Whatever you gain in knowledge, you need to share with others. Develop the team. That is most important with your leadership skills. What is to be done? Define the roles. Delegate the responsibilities and get it done, so that everybody can develop this leadership skill. These are the core competencies which has been taught about it in our nursing. So what are the strategies, how it is going to be there? So to acquire this competency, we the nurses must possess the skill and personal traits which is necessary to effectively perform our duties while integrating the multiple elements, including our knowledge, the technique, attitude, thinking ability, and values which are required in the specific context. So the elements of this is personal traits, as I say, professional attitude and behavior, and the ability to provide the care based on your knowledge and the skill. So now, what is the personal traits? Yes, whatever the technology comes, always I say that the human touch has more values. So it is the techie world with the technology, everything is with the equipments, everything, but your small touch, your small word of communication, which plays an important role in the feelings of the patients. That's what your affection, the understanding, self-control, critical thinking, and problem-solving ability of your personal traits, which has good impact in the healthcare. And what are the professional attitude and behaviors? Yes, taking up your professional responsibilities, being aware of your own limitation. You should know, you should set what you can do. You are setting policies and procedures. Respect the patient right, human rights that should be respected, and being autonomous. We are having this autonomous where we have to be there, and promoting the continuous learning. As you all have these conferences, workshops, seminars, all this while, because learning never ends. As per the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, I just want to give you a quote. Learning gives creativity, and creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. So if you want to be a great nurse or the profession or anything, you want to be a great person, so you have to keep learning in your life, because it is a continuous process. Learning never ends. So maintain the up-to-date knowledge and skill, because every day it's been changing. The world is changing with the technology, the scientific advancements, and with the research evidence-based practice. Unless we keep update ourselves with the knowledge and skill, we will not be able to render the care to the people. And the public expectation is becoming high. Their awareness has become more and more. They demand for the services. So we need to keep updating ourselves. That is most important. And provide explanations to them, because they learn from the Google. Now everybody has a mobile, everybody has things. They can search in the Google about their condition, and they learn something, they come to you and they ask you the questions, and you should be in a position to clarify it. Give them the explanation. That should be there. So what are the skills as such? We say that, as I told you, we need the ability to collaborate with other healthcare professionals. That is most important. Develop the intrapersonal and interpersonal relationship. You need to analyze yourself and with others. How are we going to establish a good rapport with everyone in the team? Educate and instruct. Yes, you need to instruct and you need to educate it. Manage the nursing care with a given time, how well you are going to, because I feel that I give big salute to all the COVID warriors, the nurses who have really served during this pandemic, and where they are able to manage the pandemic situation with their emotional stability, because nurses are the one who stayed back for 24 hours with the people when they suffered. So, and they are not able to take care of their family, but they were taking care of the people. So it's a blessed profession. I will always say that. And ensure the safety and quality of nursing. So whenever you do any of the competency procedure, please ensure that your safety is important and patient safety is important. So during pandemic, I'm sure everybody was wearing the pandemic time masks, gloves, and all the PPE kits, that is personal protective equipments, all that we wore to protect ourselves. At the same time, we are going to protect others. And safety, quality of nursing. Again, one more thing which I think about this is the medication error, which becomes the most common. So that should not be there for our nursing profession. That should be taken care of it. Expand the capacity of nursing. As I told you, the nursing is not only just giving the general care or the basic care. As I said, now the more and more specialization has come. Emergency nurse, where we have a ambulance nurse, we have a travel nurse, we have a diabetic nurse, we have a school health nurse, we have so many roles. Our roles are very defined, which are very specific. So we need to expand our capacity to serve in all the settings. That is what is most required. So how these competencies, I said, one is through our evidence-based practice, with the communication technology, with the teamwork, because whatever we do, the teamwork is most important. I cannot do anything alone. I have to work with the team. So when we do with the teamwork, which requires a good communication, good rapport, and there may be a lot of critics which we need to overcome with that and ensure that to achieve the goal, we have to be good in the teamwork by developing our skills and collaboration, because teamwork needs always the collaboration. Ensure the safety, quality, the interventions with the evidence-based practice. So the onset of nursing ethics, if you see that, which has come in the late 19th century, the first formal code of ethics to guide our nursing profession was developed in 1950s, which has been published by the American Nurse Association. So it provides a statement of ethical obligations and duties of every individual who enters the nursing profession, what you need to do, how you need to do, it has been clearly defined. So this is a code of ethics. Nursing code of ethics has been revised over time. The current version, which represents that advances in technology, societal changes, expansion of nursing practice into the advanced practice roles, because we are in advanced nursing practice roles, research, education, health policy, and administration, and builds and maintains a healthy work environment. That is most important. The environment must be a healthy. It should be blame-free culture. We should not blame each and every one in the healthcare system. It should be a blame-free culture. The environment should be healthy for us to work to be in an advanced nursing role. So here the ethical values are essential for any health provider, because ethics, which comes from Greek word ethos, which means the character. So ethics is the moral principles which is going to govern the person or a group of people. How do you behave yourself? How do you conduct yourself in the environment? So ethics within the healthcare are important, because we need to recognize our healthcare dilemmas and make a good judgment and decision based on their values while keeping with the laws that governs them. So the basic principles of this ethics of the practices, we have autonomy, that is your freedom, independent in decision making, that is the what. Second, the beneficents are not malfeasance. That means your patient advocacy, avoidance of harm, do no harm to the people. That is most important. Then fidelity, that means where you must be loyal to the people, fairness, truthfulness, and advocacy, that is most important. And justice, there may be a lot of around 7 to 8 ethical principles. The four most principles are this. Even this is applied into our ethics also. Justice, equal and fair distribution of resources. Whatever resources you get should be equal, and you should treat each and every individual equally, irrespective of their caste, creed, however they're rich, black, white, whatever it is, but you need to treat everyone equal. That is the justice to be done. So with our legal practice, yes, we have that every individual is their quality, how well they provide the care, that is most important. Because how do we communicate, ability to communicate, how are we going to reason it and deliberate our care, and how we are going to hold our values and goals, understand and process the relevant information, and appreciate one's circumstance and the possible consequences to be taken care of it. So what are the strategies we are going to have this for the ethical values and global competencies? Nursing leaders, they promote the ethics. So what is this ethics in nursing? How are we going to promote it? Yes, nursing leaders must strive to model and support the ethical performance. At the same time, we need to sensitize the moral issues and enhance the nurses' performance. foster the respect for human dignity. That is most important. Human values to be taken care of it. And at present, I would like to share that our India, we have a revised curriculum, which has been introduced for our bachelorate program with the semester system and credit-based system, with the modules called as elective module and mandatory module for the competency increasement. This elective modules, which includes even the human values, that has become as one of the curriculum. So we need to foster the respect for the human dignity, because we are dealing with the human beings ultimately. So we need to promote the patient safety. That also again given the importance in the curriculum. Increase the capacity and competence of the nurses. We need to keep updating our nurses to have the continuous professional development. The CNE, continuing educational one, for them to keep updating themselves and to develop their competency. So identify and discuss the nursing unit's common ethical dilemmas. What is happening? We need to identify and discuss about it. Organize, every hospital, every institution must have an ethics committee that should be there. Develop the ethics friendly policies and procedures should be there. It should not be so strict at this one. It must be flexible. Provide the continuing education and training in the ethical decision making. What should be done? And promote the open discussion. That is most important among the staff nurses and managers regarding the ethical patient care. So how are the recommendations to process this? Define the problem. Collect the information. What happens? Analyze the information. Identify the solution. Choose any single solution which is going to be most appropriate. Perform it and evaluate the result. That's what we call it as a root cause analysis. Every problem has a solution. And we need to find out what is the exact cause, root cause analysis to be done. Not at the superficial, this is a problem, okay, do this, do that. Don't blame the people. So you go into in depth to find out the problem, how it can be analyzed it. With that, we can solve the issue. That should be there. So the ethical awareness recognize the ethical implication of all our nursing action. Whatever we do, that has the implication. That means the nurses must recognize that potential ethical repercussion of their actions in order to effectively solve the problems and address the patient need. That is most important. So what are the examples of here? Safety and customer service. Yes, customers are people, the people who comes to us in the care, in the healthcare setting or in the community setting. And we must be transparent and see that integrity, trustworthiness, fairness, accountability. We must be accountable for our actions, whatever we do, with the good quality control and at the same time, the employee well-being. So nurses' well-being also to be taken care of it. So even with their code of ethics in place, nurses may still encounter scenarios that make adhering to these principles difficult. So it's important for nurses to recognize the potential following situations so they are prepared to make the most ethically sound decision. For example, protecting the patient rights, receiving the fully informed consent for the treatment, and patient confidentiality breaches. We should not, whatever the information given by them, we have to maintain the confidentiality. Respect the patient's cultural or religious beliefs. That should be respected. And life event decision making. They have the rights. They should be involved in it. So these are the few things. I will give you with the example case scenarios also the later. So the promotion of safety, to summarize that, evidence-based practice, medical and technical competency, person-centered care, positive interpersonal behavior, clinical leadership, governance, patient perceptions of quality. This is the most important. So the ethical dilemmas in the practice, I can say that, for example, pro-life versus pro-choice. See, patient A who is pregnant has a history of congenital heart defects. Due to the pregnancy, the risk of patient A worsening her condition is high. Furthermore, there can be significant risk for the baby also developing a heart condition, complicating at birth. However, based on the religious, patient believes that she hesitant to have an abortion. So as a nurse, what advice do you give to proceed with the treatment necessary to save the life of both of them, or you need to respect their personal choice? So that is pro-choice versus pro-life dilemma. Whether you want to save the person or you want to respect it. So this is the ethical dilemma, what you need to do as a nurse. So that is which I've given you. And the other situation is empirical knowledge versus religious belief. When nurses are treating the patients that are Jehovah's Witnesses, their religious beliefs do not permit such patient to accept a blood transfusion. But what if a patient needs a blood transfusion in order to live? If she has to survive, she has to go in for it. She may be severe anemic. So once again, that nurse proceed with what you have been trained to do and ensure the patient's safety and healthy, or you have to respect their wish? Well, that's the whole dilemma. Generally, if the patient is conscious, aware of the consequence of refusing the transfusion, there's not much you can do it. So that is the dilemma. So the other one is autonomy one. One of your patients has been diagnosed with a stage 4 cancer. Doctor have concluded that there is nothing they can be done to help them. All the medics can offer at that stage is medication to ease the patient's pain while they rest at home. But however, patient refuses to be given the said medication. Patient doesn't want to have the pain medication since it makes them to be weak and drowsy while they want to be awake and to spend their last days with their loved ones. So here the patient's family members plead for you as a nurse to somehow administer the medication without patient knowledge, since they can tell that pain is agonizing. So what you should do as a nurse? So these are all the questions we need to think of it. How are we going to go ahead? These are the dilemmas, ethical one, which we need to have it. Again, one more, this one, the dilemma of allowing adult to make decision of that could harm themselves with the vaccination of the children. You cannot go against the guardian's wishes for the children, because all you can do is provide the information as far as possible to ensure that parents are well aware of what their decision means for the child. At this juncture, even I can say that even COVID vaccination, many were having hesitant in the beginning. When the people, they said you have to take it, the COVID vaccination. Many were agitating for it, but now it became mandatory. Like unless you take the vaccination, you cannot travel. You cannot go one place to other place. You cannot come out of the home. So it has become like that. So these are the few examples which I have given it, which you can go through it. And end life decision making also, how it should be taken. So these are the challenges for our nurses. How, whether we need to do a DNA is included in the medical chart, and you must respect that. So these are the uncommon, which I want to talk about, is the medication error. Although we have been taught to follow the orders issued by the doctor, here the ethical dilemma always arises when you are unsure that if medical order is prescribed by the doctor is the best one. So it could be an allergy or complication with an already existing medical condition or some other one. So never be afraid. Being a nurses or the future nursing students, never be afraid to raise your voice for your patients. Do everything to ensure that they get the best treatment possible. The doctor will most likely appreciate your thoughtfulness and attention to detail, which prevent a mistake from happening. So we need to overcome these ethical dilemmas as autonomy, beneficence, confidentiality, do not harm, and with the equity and the justice. Yes, there are a set of do's and don'ts. Larger good to the community. Make sure that even in the research, we do balance the risk versus benefit. Whenever we do risk, what is the benefit? Benefit should be of 90-95%. Risk should be a 1 to 5%, not more risk to the people. So that need to be analyzed for the research participants, how it can be done. So now I want to mention here the term bioethics has come up. We, the nurses, even bioethics in nursing, it is coming up. Not only the ethics, bioethics, because it is a study of ethical issues which is emerging from advances in biology, medicine, and technology. So this bioethics was coined in 1927, but now in nursing curriculum, they have included this bioethics along with the professionalism, ethics, and this. So this bioethics contributes to the right and responsibilities of patient as a person. So what are the bioethics? Again, whenever we do research, we have ethics committee, publication ethics, investigator, informed consent, and review process. Again, the basic principles of bioethics also same for autonomy, that is voluntariness, justice, equal treatment, non-malfeasance, do no harm, beneficence, do good to the people. That is what. So here we need, whenever we do research, we need to get an informed consent, or even if you do any action, any procedure for the patient, you need to get the informed consent and voluntary consent to be taken care of it. So what are the points you will say? Informed consent is a process. All the elements should be included and it should be in your local language. One copy to be given to the participant or the people who've been with you as a research participant or as a patient, and different situation consent process would differ. So depends upon for the research we take it up, depends upon the nature of the study. duration of the participation, risk involved, benefits, injury and compensation, availability of treatment, confidentiality, contact, and the volunteerness. These are the things we should remember when we get the information. So here, if the participant or the patient is a child, we need to go for the assent to the parental consent. If it is for the community, the gatekeeper's consent and the individual consent. And if it is a surrogate, means it's a surrogate consent or re-consent is most important. So just one again with the case for this one, I wanted, because research ethics to be followed also. The last date for submission of the thesis, the students who are masters or UG or teachers, if submission of your research is on 29th April, the PG realizes that she's far behind the schedule and the guide has given some suggestion to be made. So she goes over the articles he has and copies a few lines in between the sentence, and he wrote as that did not have time to think and write. So what is your thought about this? Yes, this is called plagiarism. The use of the word plagiarism, which has been developed in 1600s, but it is from Latin word, that means you are kidnapping the words of someone else. Others being published, which may be unpublished ideas or words, it is their intellectual property. So without attribution or permission from them, if you present it, it is called the plagiarism. That should not be taken care. It is also one of the ethical issues. Then, so plagiarism will be punished. A warning, plagiarism will be punished. So because there were a lot of articles came, the teachers who have done this one, they had this plagiarism and they have been suspended, where their rights were been ignored, and they said they cannot be submitting this. So, and one more thing, the investigator who wants to complete his data analysis and finds out that statistical analysis shows the p-value is more than 0.5, because usually we need to get 0.05, that is less than 5%, or from 1%. So he decides to delete some data which is good, and he reanalyzes until it gives the significant p-value. So here the publication is accepted only with the significant p-value. So what is your thought? It is data falsification. That means the investigator has manipulated the data or the image. That is the second ethical in the research. So you have plagiarism, data falsification. So third case is a PG who is unable to meet the adequate sample size for his thesis. He is convinced that if he can get the data for 50 patients and they generate the data 50 into 200 as I calculated. So then he writes it as a 200. So what is your thought about it? What is this ethical? Yes, this is data fabrication. That means you are giving the false data, which is not collected originally. It is a fake image which you may produce it. So that should be avoided. So here the research misconduct here is the plagiarism, data falsification and data fabrication. That should be taken care. Yes, to conclude that in everyday life, nurses experience a situation and decision that affect the patients and their families and our colleagues. Making the best decision in this situation is a key element of our professionalism in the healthcare field. So providing the adequate management support for nurses, allowing them to grow professionally and improve in their professional competency is most essential. So once again, always strive to be a good research participant, importance to informed consent, follow the RCR, responsible conduct of research, which includes the publication. Yes. Nursing education, practice and research. We have education, practice and research should have an international focus in order to spread the knowledge and to benefit from the multicultural experiences, because if we are living the global world, we are serving the people from the global, wherever they come from it. So we should have a multicultural experiences. So this is what is my request to all the people here. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please. So be a nurse, be a leader, be an achiever, go and impact the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Prof. Dr. Ejaya Sida for the very interesting presentation and content about why we need to know about the ethic, past and present, principle of ethic, how nurse combine skill, knowledge, and of core competencies, and how to be a nurse should be long life learner, and how ethical dilemmas in the case nursing practice, if nursing ethical value to harmonize competencies and important concept in research ethic, informed consent and publication ethic. Thank you so much for Dr. Ajay Sudah. We have a several question in the chat room, but we will discuss it in the end of the section. So we save it first. Please, for the participant who want to ask, please you can write down in the chat column. So we are going to the next speaker, but we feel sorry first to inform our second speaker can't attend this conference because there is something and another thing. So we can directly going to the third speaker. Okay, in our third speaker, it's and last speaker, but not least, of course, Mr. Felix, Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix. We're going to read his curriculum vitae first. Hello, Mr. Mohan Felix. Yeah.
Yep. Hi.
Okay. Yeah. Please to display the curriculum vitae from Mr. Mohan Felix. Anyone can help me, operator? Okay. Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix, he is a senior lecturer and program lead from Parkway College of Nurse and Allied Health, Singapore. He graduated from two major master degree, Master of Science in Nursing, Psychiatric Nursing, and Master of Science in Psychology. Mr. Felix is a registered nurse in Singapore, Malaysia, and India, and is actively practicing in Singapore now. Currently, he is appointed as a program lead for the Patient Care Associate Program and Basic Mental Health First Aid Provider course. He is received many medals, awards, and prizes for his academic performance and research work in both national and international level. He is also enthusiastic in presenting innovative projects, scientific papers, and posters. As Mr. Mohan Felix is specialized in the field of education, psychology, mental health, and nursing. He is very well trained in the field of mental health from 3 different countries, which provide him a strong foundation in the state spatially. And Mr. Mohan Felix is also involved in facilitating special group of healthcare professionals from various countries such as China, Thailand, Japan, and Korea. He is efficient in organizing and guiding special projects such as LMS implementation, mental health exhibition, and motivation talk. So this is our third speaker, Mr. Mohan Felix. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for the detailed intro on me. I think it's a pleasure to see my profile with others way. Once again, to test, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, give me a second. I will share my PowerPoint slide. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Okay, that's good. Okay, yeah, thanks for the intro, and thanks for the team to invite me, and also thanks to Professor Jayasudha as well. I think she is the one have a special effort to call me to make my availability to attend this conference. And also I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizing committee members and also the team members. And also once again, I would like to thank everybody who can listen to my presentation for a few minutes. Okay, I'm not going to make a very detailed presentation. I will just brief it how the mental health competencies are regulated in Singapore. This is going to be a sharing session, how Singapore maintain our competency framework and how we regulate our standard, especially in the field of mental health nursing. I think there are certain best practices can be adopted by other countries, like maybe even Indonesia, if you guys would like to choose the best method from other countries. I think that is the intention of the conference actually. So what I'm going to present today is actually on the strategies and implementation to organize the competencies in a mental health nursing. And what I would like to share is from Singapore. Okay, The main essence of this presentation is because of the main concern in terms of a global health. These are some of the statistics I would like to highlight. This is from World Health Organization. I think as you all notice, you look at it, there are 30% of the rise in mental health condition and also a substance use disorder. This is one of the sickening situation of the world. I think we are more focused on a COVID, we more focused on an infectious disease, non-communicable diseases. Simultaneously, we have some issues in terms of a mental health, which many people are noticing it and some people are not noticing it. That's one of our concern as well. And look at it, among 20% of the world children and adolescents with mental health condition.
Excuse me, Mr.
Sorry.
Felix. Yeah, excuse me. There is something noisy sound, maybe from your microphone or from the wind.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, there is a noisy sound, maybe from your microphone or the wind noise.
How is it now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Thank
my wind. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. Okay, so let me continue with the global health issues in terms of a mental health. 20% of the world children and adolescents with a mental health condition. That is another raising issue, what we are experiencing currently. And just imagine the younger children is the future of our generation. So what happened, 20% of the people with this kind of mental health issues, what's going to happen to the future? Right. Exactly. Another pressing concern is the suicidal rate. If you look at it between 15 to 30 years of old age group, you look at it, majority, the second leading cause of death is a suicide. So this is one of the sickening issue which we need to really worry about it. And as I noticed, as I presented in my slide, the common mental health conditions are depression and anxiety. As you all know, depression may lead to a suicidal. And of course, we spend so much of money to protect. And of course, estimated is a US $1 trillion we spend on every year. But if you comparatively look at the government expenditure on mental health, is actually less than 2%. Do we have enough focus on a mental health? That is one of the raising concern. So this is just to give you idea why mental health is important and how do we provide a proper mental health by providing a competency-based care by the healthcare professional. So competency comes not only from the nurses, it's the entire healthcare team must maintain certain level of competency. Why do we need to maintain a competency? So these are the few reasons what it's been highlighted by Professor Jayasudha earlier. So we need to practice the evidence-based nursing knowledge. And also we need to maintain a professional nursing judgment, especially when you assess the health needs of the individual, as well as when you provide a nursing care for the individual. Not only that, when you educate the client, when you support the individual and family, you have to manage holistically, you need to provide or you need to have certain level of competency to provide care. The second reason why we need to have a competency, this is to collaborate with other healthcare professionals. You as a nurse, you maintain the competency. What happened to the other healthcare professional? If they don't follow it, do we achieve the outcome? So that is required in a way we all work together in a collaborative level to promote the mental health. The third is, this is to make you to be more accountable in terms of your scope of practice. And this will give you some guidance for a supervision and some guidance in terms of delegating your mental health activities. So that's the reason we need to have a proper structure, proper framework in order to deliver care for your mentally ill people in any parts of the country. Right. So what are the guiding principles we follow? Okay, so we follow in Singapore based on a 4 guiding principle. The first competency domain is actually, the first one is a professional, legal and ethical nursing practice. If you provide care, you have to be competent enough in order to maintain and regulate your legal proceeding, in order to maintain your ethical practice, whatever Professor Jayasudha has highlighted earlier, that is your first competency domain. Especially mental health is considered lots of ethical issues. That's the reason this become a first competency domain, first principle of our competency. The second domain, if you look at it, is the management of care, starting from assessment until you provide an evaluation to your patient care. You need to regulate your competency. Let me go through with you later what are the competency standard we are following. The third competency domain is actually a leadership and management. So this is mainly to regulate your standard in your hospital or maybe in your country. There must be certain level of competency you have to maintain. The fourth level is your professional development. It's very important, as indicated from the previous speaker. You can't just stay in your level. You need to improve yourself. Professional development play an important role. That will be your guiding principle. So these are the 4 guiding principles in order to have a mental health competencies in Singapore. Okay, let me go through with one by one. What are the domain? What is the competency standard? If you look at the professional, legal, and ethical aspect, our competency standard is mainly being accountable and being responsible for your care provider. So which means you need to maintain the patient rights, you need to maintain the ethical regulation, you need to be capable to provide efficient care within this professional, legal, and ethical boundaries. So that will be your first competency standard every mental health nurse must possess. Second, as I mentioned, is the management of care. First thing, you need to be efficient in terms of your communication. As you all know, mental health patients, it's hard to communicate. What we need to do is demonstrate your effective communication, verbal, non-verbal, even communication with your colleague. All this is important competency. So that is essential in a mental health setting. Second, in terms of management of care, consistent and continuous holistic quality of care. You need to provide a proper quality of care in a different standard. As I mentioned, starting from assessment, providing your delivery of care, implementation of your care, and evaluating your care. That must be a proper way, structure in it. That is a part of your management of care. The third competency standard in a management of care is a safe milieu. I think most of you are aware what is milieu. Milieu is the scientific manipulation of the environment, providing a safe environment for your patient. For example, you have a patient admitted with a suicidal risk or patient with aggressiveness. How am I maintaining a safe environment for my patient? You require certain competency level to achieve it. And last, in terms of a management of care, apply strategies to promote mental health and prevent mental illness. I think now Singapore is moving forward towards this continuum of care. Why? Because I think whatever we provide care in a hospital is a secondary level. You get a complication, it becomes a tertiary level. But we don't want to go to that level. We want to promote mental health, prevent illnesses from a primary level, which is starting from your public health education. So that becomes one of our competency standard. Every mental health nurse must possess in a competency standard. Right. The third level, as I indicated earlier, right, the leadership and management. So what require in terms of a competency, you need to demonstrate a effective clinical leadership in order to provide a quality mental health care. So I think this is important in terms of a quality check. We have a competency standard, we have a competency framework. No one is going to check. Are we going to regulate it? So there must be a system to check it out. That's one of the competency from a higher level of the nursing staff in a community. And second thing, the principle of your quality improvement, especially ongoing quality improvement project, research activity that can help the patient care. So that will be a part of your competency standard. And the last competency in a leadership and management is providing a safe working environment. As indicated in a COVID, I think we all have all the PPEs provided. What happened in a mental health setting? Am I involved in certain risk? What is your level of risk? I can tell you most of the time, the patient may go aggressive and they are violent against you. That causes some damages to the healthcare worker. What kind of training I need to have? What kind of safety competency standard I need to maintain? I think this is the area we need to improve on a competency level. And the last domain, what I was indicating is the professional development. I think it's an individual responsibility. Every registered nurse demonstrate the accountability for a self-development. Self-development can be in any form. You attend the national conferences, seminar, you go for short courses, whatever it's a way, but you need to keep up your standard and you have to improve yourself. Not only in this area, you can participate in a research activity if your hospital is a teaching institution. So these are some of the competency standard what Singapore is maintaining in terms of a mental health setting. So this is called as a core competency. So once again, I repeat, the core competency domain is in 4 levels. First level is your professional, legal, and ethical nursing practice. Second level in terms of providing care, which is called management of care. Third level is a leadership and management level. You maintain the competency, regulate the standard. And fourth level, for everybody, maintain a professional development. So you are keep updated with your current knowledge. You are improving yourself to the latest technology and other type of care. These are the guiding principles, what we regulate in order to maintain a competency standard in Singapore hospitals. What are the generic skills? If you ask me what kind of generic skills, what kind of competency skills everybody must have. As a registered nurse, especially if you are a psychiatric nurse, so these are the skill category you need to be competent. And these are the skills you need to practice. And you need to make sure you do every yearly competency level. For example, nurse-client relationship is one of the category. You need to maintain a therapeutic relationship with your client. Do you have that quality in you? That will be assessed in a form of a competency. Second is a client assessment, very important. Client assessment, which includes a mental health assessment. What is your ability? What type of support you can provide? And what kind of psychiatric risk management? Especially two conditions is a suicidal and aggressive patient. What type of assessment? Do you have the ability to do that? That's a second skill category everybody must be competent with. And of course, do you care of patients with the acute and chronic conditions? What type of collaborative practices you are going to do? And another competency level, whether you are capable to provide a psychotropic medication. As you all know, it's entirely different. It's a specialty. We have antipsychotic, we have antidepressants, we have anti-anxiety drug. These are the potentially dangerous drugs comparatively with other common drugs. So when you administer this type of drug, what is your responsibility? What kind of competency you need? What type of checks you need to do? I think Professor Jayasudha highlighted there are lots of medication errors are happening. How can we prevent it? That's only way to maintaining a competency when you administer the antipsychotic or whatever the psychotropic drugs. That become one of the competency standard in a mental hospitals here. Then what are the therapeutic modalities? Is there a supportive care? Is there a structured activity for your patient? Is there any counseling session? What is the support you can provide as a nurse? That's important. I think another important area is the ECT. I think those who are specialized in psychiatric nursing, you know, it's one of the physical method of treatment. What is your level of care? What is your preparation in terms of a ECT procedure? What type of care you provide for your patient? And what is the post-ECT care? You need to be competent if you want to work in a mental health institution. So these are the three skills categories are called as a generic skill. One thing, you maintain a relationship. Second thing, you have to make a proper assessment. The third thing, you have to maintain and manage the acute and chronic conditions of your patient. Okay, whatever the category now I represent, right? This is a specialty category. I think mental health is not only to an adult patient, it also can affect our elderly population. I think that is a current changing trend in Singapore now. Most of the elderly with dementia and other kind of mental illness. So you need to be competent to provide care. So that's the reason this become a separate skill category. If you have a patient with the mental illness, elderly population, your assessment is entirely different from a normal population. How do you do the cognitive function test? How do you provide care for the elderly patients with a mental health condition? Including restraint policy, everything is covered over here. That become one of the skill category. And as I told you, another specialty is a child and adolescent care. We still have a pediatric unit with a mental health condition. So what we need to do is a special nursing assessment for them, and it's a special care for them. You need to be competent. If you are working in a general mental hospital for an adult patient, your competency standard is different. If you are working in a child unit, you are working in a geriatric unit, you need to have a separate competency so you are capable to provide a proper care for this specific group. That's one of the reasons we do, right? And as I told you, we still have a care transition. Care transition is a psychiatric rehabilitative homes or a rehabilitative center. You have a separate skill set. You need to have a separate assessment, care provided, and you need to know different community resources for this type of patient. All this is a separate skills category. You need to regulate it if you work in a psychiatric rehabilitation center. So what I'm trying to tell is actually in every level of your care provided, you have a separate competency standard. As I mentioned, you are in a mental hospital. Your competency standard is different. You are working in an elder care unit with the mental health issues. Your competency standard is different. You are working in a pediatric unit, your competency standard are different, and you are working in a psychiatric rehabilitative center, or you are a community mental health nurse, your competency standard are different. So you need to have a specific competency framework so that you provide appropriate care for your patient. So that is what Singapore believe in, and this is how we regulate the standard, and this is being provided by a Singapore Nursing Board. Every institution have to follow that. So this is one of the sharing I would like to share so that you all get some idea how we regulate our standard in a Singapore level. What are the strategies? I think these are some of the topics given to me. How do we regulate it? Okay, number one is actually the role of IMH. IMH is the Institute of Mental Health. As you all know, Singapore is not a very big country. It's a very small country. We have only one Institute of Mental Health, and they have a special role to deliver this kind of competency standard. They set a standard. If you are a student nurse, what is expected from you? If you are a registered psychiatric nurse, what is expected? If you are a nurse clinician or you are an advanced practice nurse, there is a regulatory standard you have to follow. It goes along with the SNB regulation. SNB is the Singapore Nursing Board. So this is, in a way, they set a standard. This is a minimum standard. Maybe I give you one example. If a foreign nurse are interested to work in Singapore, you got employment, you are coming to a mental hospital, where is the standard we are regulating? We regulate the standard of a competency standard framework. We look at the minimum competency. If you are able to achieve the minimum competency, yes, you are given a registered nurse post. If you never meet the competency, what is your next level? Maybe you are lower than the expected competency. What is required? We give you additional coaching, training. We give you additional clinical placement for you. We make sure you are competent. Then only you will register as a Singapore Nursing Board. So this is the regulatory standard we maintain so that the competency standards are regulated and we are safe in a way to provide care in our Singapore population. That's how SNB regulation play an important role. That's our second strategy. The third strategy I would like to highlight is a skills framework for healthcare. So this is a government body which comes with a standard framework. This framework covers what is your competency expected. For example, if you lack of certain competency, maybe I'm not good at a psychotropic medication. Can I go for a special training? Yes. This skill framework for healthcare will provide you a sponsorship. You can go for a special competency training. They will teach you and they will train you how to provide a safe medication, especially on a psychotropic drug. In a way, everybody benefit. As an individual, I benefit by going for this course. From an employer level, yes, this is a lack of my efficiency of my staff. I can send them for this training. And as a training provider, I have my curriculum set based on an industry map. So this is how it helps the people to meet certain level of standard by following a skills framework for healthcare. So this is another level, another strategy, how Singapore is moving forward. And the last strategy is actually a community mental health competency framework. I just would like to highlight there are 3 levels of staff and there are 3 levels of competency. Especially if you're handling a community related cases, or you are a community mental health nurse, or maybe you are providing care for certain community level basis. You have a 3 levels of achievement based on your competency: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Basic level, mostly if you're close enough to work with a mental health issue with a patient and caregiver, you need to have a minimum standard. So this minimum standard, you will be trained. So you are a person to provide care within the basic level. It's a direct patient care. What is intermediate level? This is little bit beyond the level. This influences the workplace and processes. Maybe you are a staff nurse level. Maybe you are a nurse clinician level. Maybe you are a higher level where you can influence your patient care by providing a support from other healthcare staff. Then you will be trained on an intermediate level certification. The last level is the advanced level. You are a specialist. For example, I can give you is a advanced practice nurse. You will be the best example. You can provide a care equivalent like a doctor. You can consult a patient. You can manage a patient. You can do many more things, but your competency level is an advanced level. So we categorize who require what level of competency. You require a basic? Yes, we make sure you get that standard. You require an intermediate level? Yes, we make sure you get an intermediate level standard. You require an advanced level standard. Yes, we make sure you get an advanced level standard. But each competency, you need to take courses. You need to pass the competency checklist. Competency checklist, either pass or fail. That's it. You are competent or not yet competent. There is no grade. And of course, you also need to take some theory tests in order to achieve this level. So these are the 3 levels what we regulate in Singapore, especially on a community mental health aspect. So these are some of the strategy, how we are moving forward towards a competency-based framework in a mental health setting. How do we implement? Of course, implementation comes from an individual level. You as a responsible staff, for example, I'm a staff nurse working in a hospital. I need to be responsible for my own growth. It's an individual responsibility. But we do provide implementation on an organizational level and national level. Organizational level, if it is a hospital, you need to have a competency standard. You need to have a regular training on upgrading skills and competencies of your staff. I do not know how many hospitals are spending money for their staff to improve their competency level. I think nowadays, most of them are spending on it. I still remember in Singapore, every staff must achieve 40 hours of training every year. And this includes of SNB CPE points of 15 credit points, which means in order to be competent for every year you must take 40 hours of training, either in service or either through other form of courses. This is the organizational level of implementation. Second level, what we do is checking annual competency. I got my license, I'm done. Am I end with this? No. The nurse educators of the hospital play an important role here. Every year you have a competency level, need to be tested every year. For example, I have 10 competencies. Among 10 competency, your educator will come to your ward. They will check 1 or 2 competency to make sure you're competent to deliver care. So you can't be lethargic. You can't be relaxed at any time. You maintain an annual competency every year. If we find some discrepancy, we will quickly phrase out and we will quickly escalate it. We will send you for the training so that you can improve your competency. That is the one way we implement an annual competency. And as I indicated earlier, the other method is the quality improvement and check. We do provide a quality care. As I told you, quality improvement. We have a quality department to come and check. They check on a regular level how many patients fall in a year, in a quarterly, how many medication error in a quarterly or in a year, or how many injuries happen to our staff. All these qualities are checked. And how can we prevent those kind of improvement? Or how can we prevent this kind of issue? There will be an ongoing quality project in every hospital and every ward level. So this is how we implement our competency level, which is regulated within the organizational level. Okay, national level, as I told you, Singapore Nursing Board is a controlling body. They do have a CPE point system. Every year, every registered psychiatric nurse must achieve 15 CPE points, which is equivalent to 15 to 30 hours of training in order to renew your license for every year. So the license is not a permanent license in Singapore. Every year you need to fulfill the annual competency. Every year you must go for a regular upgrade of your skill. Every year you need to go for a renewal of your license. So this is how we regulate a standard. Every year the nurses are competent. Every year they maintain the higher level of competency standard, so they provide a safe patient care. This is how we provide or we implement care in a way. So the last slide I'm here, what is the role of educational institution, especially in Singapore? We have a different level of education, and each level of education, we check the competency standard, which is provided by the controlling body, which is Singapore Nursing Board. Okay, if you are a diploma or a degree level nurses, your academic module, which consists of a mental health nursing, you have a regular clinical posting, minimum of 2 weeks, so that we provide a necessary competency to work in a mental health hospital. But these are the generic skill you can perform. In order to be a psychiatric nurse, you need to take a next level, which is advanced diploma in mental health nursing. This is a 1.5 year course. What you need to do, you need to go for a proper clinical posting. Before you go for a registration, you need to pass the competency standard. We have a list of competency. You pass all the list of competency, then only you will be registered under Singapore Nursing Board. Then you will be a registered psychiatric nurse. All the curriculum in an educational institution, we follow the competency standard provided by the Singapore Nursing Board. We make sure the minimum competencies are met in order to graduate them from the course. That is how we regulate. We meet the minimum standard of hours. We meet the minimum clinical duration to achieve so that they are competent enough to provide a mental health care in a hospital. And of course, just want to highlight is advanced practice nurse. In Singapore, we still have in a specialty of mental health nursing. Only organization we provide this course is National University of Singapore, NUS. And they offer this program, but the numbers are not many. Maybe yearly 5 or 10 APN will come out with a registered mental health advanced practitioner. So these people also are regulated. They need to go for a regular post-registration clinical posting. It's not that I'm done my course, I got my qualification. No. Every year you need to have a clinical posting in order to be competent to provide a patient care. And of course, you need to have a minimum CPE standard so that you will have a continual license in every year. This is how the educational institution regulate our standard to provide a care for our mental health patient. Right. I think with this, I conclude my presentation. So this is how Singapore is maintaining the competency framework, competency standard, how we execute in order to provide an efficient patient care in a mental health setting. Hope this helps you in a way how we regulate in a different countries and how we can adopt and what is the best practices can be followed that can be adopted in anywhere of the world. Okay, I think that's your theme of the program. With this, I will conclude my presentation. And once again, thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Felix for the interesting presentation about why we need competencies, guiding principle competencies, role of IMH, SNB regulations, skill framework of healthcare, community mental health competency framework, and the implementation organization and national level, and of course, role of education institution in these competencies. Okay, thank you very much. Prof. Jaya Suda, you are still in the screen. Hello, Prof. Jaya Suda. Hello, Professor Jaya Suda. Okay, thank you very much for all the speakers. Now we will start the discussion time. We have several questions in chat room, but maybe we can start from the first speaker, Prof. Dr. A. Jaya Suda. But I have to check from Dr. Jaya Suda are still in screen or leave the screen because she have another agenda after this conference.
There are some questions flowing. Is it the time to answer or later?
Okay. Let me check it first.
I can check myself. I think there is some Asri Faujia Anjani from Pelni, Jakarta Nursing Academy. What are the challenges for a nurse to improve patients' mental health? Okay, I think this is a very broad question. Every day is actually a challenge. Mental health nursing is not like other specialty. To answer you right, even going for your work is a challenge. You know how the mental health institution work? This is like a very confined state of a hospital. Even if you go to your ward, right, you need to leave all your belongings. It's like a, I want to say it's like a prison system, but it's something like you need to leave all your items somewhere. They will have a security check on you. You can't take any of your valuables. Even entering into an institution itself a challenge. The second challenge when you handle patients, you may not know when your patient suddenly become aggressive, suddenly become violent, and which may be threatening you. So we have something called some activation system. You all know code blue, code green. Similar way, we also have an activation of the code. We can get a help from certain group of member these people are called as the wardens of the ward. So any emergency, right, when we activate this kind of a code, they will come and help you. But again, the challenges, right, you will face and you will come through your experiences. But what we do in order to prevent this kind of issue, we do a proper orientation for the staff. Okay, we will tell them what is expected and how to manage every situation, how you protect yourself. So that is one of the challenges every nurses must go through with that. But once again, not all patients are dangerous. It's once in a while it happens. This is how we are trying to provide care. But how do we provide effective care is a comprehensive care. It's not only a nurse can work on. We need a psychologist, we need a doctor to support, we need an entire healthcare team member. Even we have a volunteers to support us. That's how we provide care for them. Hope I answered that question from Jakarta Nursing Academy. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Felix, for the question for Fauzia. And now we have another question from Santi. Santi from Nursing Academy at PGI Cikini Hospital. Santi said, I want to ask, for example, there is a case where the patient has a diagnosis of violence behavior and the patient symptoms then appear, such as wanting to destroy things or hurting people around him, while the nurse's action often done by pin the patient, or maybe that's mean restrain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the question.
Yes, it's contra with the non-normal efficiency. And how about that?
Okay. Restraint is actually an ethical issue. Can we restrain ourselves on our own? Can I not restrain? It's actually an ethical dilemma. So we have a hospital policies and procedure. When do we restrain the patient? We have two conditions, only two conditions. One, this is not safe for your patient. For example, if I don't restrain my patient is going to die. My patient is going to damage their body part. Or maybe they are going to commit severely suicidal. I can go for a restraint. Yes, I'm allowed. This is the organizational or institutional policy. Second, this patient is completely dangerous to other patient. Dangerous to self, dangerous to others. How dangerous to others? You notice this patient is violent and they have an assaultive behavior against other patient or maybe a staff, you can go for a restraint. But again, a restraint is not a physical restraint, is our first choice. Our first choice is a chemical restraint. We inform the doctor will be activated, the doctor will come and give certain form of sedative. This is called as a chemical restraint. So when we sedate the patient, I think it's a 15 to 20 minutes, we will tell them to stay calm in the bed. We will make sure the patient sleep. Still cannot control, the doctor need to order on spot. They are supposed to go for a physical restraint. Once the doctor sign the form, they complete the order, then we execute. We don't execute on ourselves because of the ethical reason. I think Singapore is one of the country where they are more in terms of a legal, right? So if a patient complained, if a patient relative complained, you will be in a big trouble. So this responsibility is given to the doctor to decide. You as a doctor decide whether a chemical restraint or a physical restraint. If it is a chemical restraint, yes, you order the drug, we administer the drug. If it is a physical restraint, what type of restraint? I think most of you know, we have 2 point, we have 4 point, even we have 1 point, a body waist restraint. There are different forms of restraint we can use it. We need a doctor order, we need a form to be filled up, and we have a duty doctor to do that. Once it's done, we will do it. So in a way, we are legally covered. In a way, we are ethically right. Other than that, we don't put a patient on a restraint. It's not allowed. Ethically is not right. In any other reasons, we can't restrain the patient. I think this is how we follow. We need to have a clear guidelines in terms of the hospital policy and procedure. Hope I answer the question.
Okay, so better to choose chemical restraint first, and then we choose physical restraint. Okay, thank you, Mr. Felix. We have another question from Brian Hataramil from Padmawati Institute of Health Science. I have a question for Mr. Mohan Felix. In Indonesia, there is a lot of mental health problem, especially during the pandemic. Can you share your experience in Singapore and how to deal with the mental health that might be applied in Indonesia?
Oh, this is a very broad question. I don't know where is your focus. Maybe I assume your focus is on a community level. Okay. I know the COVID period, right? I think this is really sick many of the people. It affects their mental health. I agree totally with that. Even the students are affected. You know, you never see your friends, you all your classes online, you never see your lecturer, you get your grade which is not expected, and you take the new form of assessment. This is one of the mental health issue majority of us are facing. So what we do is actually in Singapore, we have a hotline services, right? What is this hotline services? We have hotline services in the form of WhatsApp, in the form of telephone line. We also have in the form of email inquiries. Those who have any kind of a mental health issues, the first thing they need to report. You never report, you may not know the issue, right? So what we make sure, right, if you are, what is your convenient level? Calling is convenient or WhatsApp is convenient. I think nowadays people go for WhatsApp. That's a more convenient form of communication. We have a full-time counselor. We have a full-time psychologist work on that. If any issues related to that, they will provide a virtual counseling for the participant. Right, that's one way. Another way, we also have certain apps. I have to check my phone. There is something called as a Mind5 apps. So this is within my organization. We get these apps for all our staff. What is this Mind5 apps? This is a very special apps. This will give you some relaxation exercise for you, certain physical activity for you, certain counseling session for you, certain talk and certain seminar. This is to improve your mental health. So we also monitor how many of our staff engage in this Mind5 app. So this is to monitor whether they are taking certain concern in terms of a mental health. This is one of the other example I can give you. Okay, again, it depends on your institutional level, what they wanted to implement in order to regulate your mental health standard. But nowadays, I can tell you there are plenty of online apps are available. There are plenty of online resources are available. Even in Singapore, right, Institute of Mental Health go extra mile, and they also have the hotline services for the public. If any issues, any concern, they can go for a 24 hours hotline services. That is the best way to reach them out. As I told you, countries like a small, it's quite easy to manage. But in Indonesia, maybe institutional level, right? Maybe your psychiatric lecturer, maybe your mental health nursing lecturer, they can organize some kind of a group. You can have a focus group. You can have certain form of discussion. You can have certain form of community of practice. Hey, these are my issues I'm experiencing. Do a proper survey. This is my problem. How can I solve this problem within my company or organization level? I think this is the way how we have to monitor and support the services. Okay, but again, it must come from a level of organization level to make initiative, and they need to spend a little bit more money to invest on it so that we can have a better mental health. I think that's my answer to the question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix. Okay, now we will give opportunity to the participant who want to ask a question directly to Mr. Felix. So for all the participants, you can raise your hand and we will allow you to open your microphone. Please kindly convey what institution you're coming from, your question for whom, your question for Mr. Felix. And okay. Kepada semua peserta yang ingin menyampaikan pertanyaannya secara langsung, kami persilahkan untuk mengangkat tangan. Kemudian kami akan membuka mikrofon untuk peserta yang ingin menyampaikan pertanyaannya. Okay, there is a participant who want to question directly. Okay, okay. We have one question more in chat room, Mr. Felix, from Astria. Palni Nursing Academy, I want to ask you about if one of the strategies and implementation doesn't work or go well to realize good competencies in mental health, how?
Okay, I will understand your question first. How if one strategy implementation doesn't go well? Okay, this is a quality improvement framework. I think you all do the PDSA cycle, plan, do, study, analyze, and redo. Okay, so this is how we work on. I think Singapore, we have a structured standard. Every time when we do competency, right, if we have some issues in terms of achieving the competency, or if we have some strategy which is not working, I think we always form a focus group. We always do some analysis how we can fix these issues, right? We have certain implementation measure that will be improved and adopted in the next cycle. This is a cyclical process. It's not like one-way process. I do a competency, I'm done. I end my case. No, it's not that way it goes. Even annual competencies in Singapore hospitals, right? Every year we will review the competency checklist. So we have a group of nurse educator, we have a group of clinicians who work on it. If this is failed, if this cannot make it, or this is not improving my standard, I still get a medication error. We have to find the root cause analysis. I think the root cause analysis, how we do is actually a normal quality project, right? We analyze, find out what is the reason why it's not happening, and what kind of recommendation we can make it. We improve our cycle based on this recommendation. So always remember, this is a cyclical process. You don't have a straight line in it. You have to be cyclical. This failed, there must be an alternative way to do it. If this failed, there must be an alternative way to do it. One time you will achieve it. That's how you improve your quality. Okay, so this is not exactly a research, but this is something called as a quality framework. You need to have every organization. Research is broader. I tell you, you have to really have a sample size. You have to follow lots of principles and discipline, and you have lots of ethics to maintain. But this is something called as a quality level cycle every organization work on. I think most of our quality improvement project, in order to aim our performance standard, improve our performance standard, we review our competency checklist regularly, right? So that's how we do things. I think that's the answer you are looking for, Visca, right? Visca from Nursing Academy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Felix. I want to check from Jayasuda first. Professor
Yes,
Jayasuda.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Okay, okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Felix, for the answer all the questions. And now I'm permission to going to Professor Dr. Jayasuda for the question. Professor Jayasuda, we have several questions for you here.
Yes, sure.
Yes, I have a list it for the first from Siti Sundari from Nursing Academy Pelni Jakarta. What are the problems that often hinder the implementation of legal ethic nursing in India?
See, again, the problem is there, legal and ethical issues in nursing in India. Like here, the nurses, they have certain thing as an independent function, interdependent and dependent. So when we want to do something independent, as I said, we must have the justification with our critical thinking where we need to correct it, and where we need to think of the cultural influences also, how it can be done. And as I said, some situations where I'm not able to, I will explain them, but the choice is left to the patient. So we have rights to explain, give the clear explanations and making them to understand, but I cannot force everyone. So each individual has their own rights. That is what respecting the human right is most important. We'll leave it to their choice. So as a nurses, our part is, as I said, yes, it is going to benefit more for the people, and the risk is less when we know that. Then we can say that this is what has been recommended, but you choose. However it is, the decision making is up to the individual. So that has been done here in all the situations. We cannot force anyone.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Prof. Dr. Jayasuda. And for the second question from Heni Jantira Rahma from Nursing Academy Pelni Jakarta. What is an example of promotion continuous learning and maintaining up-to-date knowledge and skill?
Okay, so the best example is now all of you are attending this conference. This itself is one of the best example for you to continue your learning, where you are going to learn from many experts. The 5 colleges have taken so much initiative in organizing this continuous learning after this pandemic, just coming away from the pandemic, and bringing out the pooling of the resources from different countries to make it as a globalized. And that is a one learning. And what we do here is, in our nursing council, when we are registered nurses, we have to have at least minimum 150 hours of CNE program to renew our license every 5 years. So they have given, And okay, if you find it difficult to go and attend the conferences, they're given a modules of the clinical modules. So each one have to take it a pre-test, attend the learning, and then do the post-test. So with that, each module has 20 hours, 10 hours like that. So that means you keep updating your knowledge. And for example, now with the new implementation of curriculum is coming up, so the council has taken the initiative again to orient all the principals, vice principals, the faculty, the workshop, how to implement this new curriculum, because it is a competency-based education. Now it has come as a competency-based education. Even I want to say 62% is the clinical practice, 28% is the theoretical one, and 10% is spent in the lab or the clinical and this one. And what are the new subjects which has been added in the curriculum is having a forensic nursing, as I told you, professionalism, professional ethics and bioethics is there, infection control is there, patient safety, like that. There are different things have been there. And they made it as a competency-based education. Why did I say is it's a mandatory modules been included, like having a BCLS, first aid, health assessment, and for the safe motherhood app, which can be developed, and facility-based newborn care, PLS, pediatric life support, like that. So many mandatory modules been included for the nursing students in each level, starting from the first level to the 7th level, and 8th level is completely the internship, integrated practice. I'm sure like when this curriculum comes up, where our nursing students are going to be more competent and where they have been trained, focused on this competency-based learning.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. There is a participant who raised hand. Maybe they want to ask directly from the screen. Kepada yang raise hand, silahkan di unmute.
Hello.
Yes, okay, please.
My name is Sodira Devina and Stikas Fatmawati, Jakarta.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, could you please share with us how about technology in nursing study in Singapore or India? Science Singapore or India has good quality of healthcare. Thank you.
Yes. Can you bisa diulang? Ya. Sodira Devina, bisa diulang pertanyaannya? I'm sorry, I can't hear anything before, so I want to.
Okay.
Yeah, Sodira.
Yes, ma'am. Could you please share with us how about technology in nursing study in Singapore or India?
Okay. The technology, involvement of technology in nursing education. Yes. So during this pandemic, we all had online learning, giving them the students of tech-based, like having the quiz, and because quizzes application is there, and we have blended learning, where we had a simulation, where we have demonstrated the procedures are being taken as a videos and which has been uploaded, and where we had a pre-test, and after viewing the uploading of the videos and this one. And what we did is for our students, they did from their home, because it is they treat their family members as one of the patients like that, they created the situation and they did for it. They do demonstrate it, and where we were able to view through our video call how well the students are doing the procedures at home. And they go to nearby their homes and the villages. They were serving to the people. That has also been, we are able to view that. So like that, the tech-based learning has been taken up with the simulation, with the direct demonstration, with the video calling, and with the Zoom Meet. We had so many platforms for us to go ahead with that. Google Meet was being used. Google Meet, Zoom Meet, WebEx, so many websites been used for their learning purpose. And we conduct many activities, exhibits, and the quiz program. And also the students' talents been involved with that by sending their activities in a nutshell. And even the education subject, health, teaching the education practicals. They were taking class for their juniors or for their class in the video system itself. So where we were able to assess it. and a lot of learning activities been done. It is not only the lecture method which has been done in the Zoom meet, and which was of bringing them with the games, activity-based learning, and many apps been used for their learning purpose.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Jayasuda. As we know, pandemic COVID-19 has stimulated people how to use appropriate technology as they need. Okay, maybe we're going to the third question in the chat room from Dea Chantika Octavia Purba. She is a student of PGI Kini Hospital Akbar. Want to ask to apply nursing ethical value to align nursing competencies. As a nurse, you must face various patient cases, and then you have to make the right decision. In your opinion, which of the nurses should apply in actual decision making, justice or compassion? Is it necessary to embed exception in decision making?
Yeah, thank you so much, because it's a good question where you have said it is not which of nurses, all of us have to imply these ethical principles in our practice. It is not that the nurse who works in the critical setting, it is not the nurse who works in the OT, who works in the community or school health. All of us have to follow these ethical principles, making a justice and with the compassion, with the beneficiaries to the people, without doing any harm to the people. So it is not which of the nurse, all of us, all the nurses have to do this. And this has been expected in our decision making. We should say which is right, which is wrong, and we need to give the explanations for it. That's the reason we say that the nurses must be assertive. As I told you, one of the example like medication error, sometimes the doctor would have prescribed wrongly, but if we know that it is a wrong medication, the patient is allergic, doctor has done it, you should be assertive enough to correct the doctor. It doesn't mean the doctor knows everything. We too have learned everything. So we need to correct in a positive way. Ensure that this is not the right medication, doctor. Could you please change it, because this is going to harm the patient. So we need to be assertive, and that we can protect the patients.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe we are going to the last question in the chat room. Let me. Okay, there is a question from Anissa Robiatul, student of Fatmawati Institute of Health, Jakarta. She wants to ask about, you said in your presentation that the strategy to increase global competencies is knowledge, technique, attitude, thinking, ability, and value are required in specific contexts. I want to ask, what do you think about interactive and ethical communication skill to increase competencies globally? Because there is often misunderstanding in communicating with patients. Then what about the people who have introvert or quiet personality? Is there a special way or thing that we can done be the competitive, as I mentioned earlier? Because your presentation is very interesting and the way you talk make me interested. Okay.
I can say each one of us are unique.
Answer.
Every human being is unique. All our 5 fingers are not the same, is it not? So some may be introvert, some may be extrovert, some may be normal, and this one. And first and foremost, what I said is the communication. Communication is the most important skill. Develop the interpersonal relation. That's what I said. The interpersonal relationship is one of the skills, because you said, what do you think about interactive and ethical communication skills? That is the interpersonal skills and the communication skills. Yes, it should be there. That also is one of the competence which is required. And that's the reason even in Indonesia, they said, no, you have to improve your language skills other than your local language, where the English must be improved, so that you will be able to competent enough to communicate with everyone. So you may get a patient from India, you may get patient from US, anywhere. When they come to you, you should be able to communicate effectively. So that is what they say, that to have a good communication and the interpersonal relationship, and avoiding the misunderstanding. Misunderstanding comes when we don't communicate well. And for the communication, the first and foremost, what is important is the listening. And we really give a good hats off to all the delegates from morning. They were listening so well. And that itself is one of the things which I can say you were all the good communicators. So whatever the people say, you have to listen to them. Don't go with your presumed ideas and see this is the patient going to be like this. So listen to them, whatever they say with the patiently. After listening completely, then you explain to them. So that will avoid the miscommunication. So listening is most important as a part of our communication skill. So when we are more with our interactive, with our good communication skills, I'm sure like we will succeed.
Thank you so much for the answer, Prof. Jayasuda. And I'm sorry, we have one more question.
Sure.
Would you like to answer?
Yes.
We have one question from Santa from Cikini Nursing Academy. Thanks for the deep explanation, Prof. Jayasuda. Since you mentioned that professional value are demonstrated in ethical code, we know ethical code clarify nursing professional practice, the quality of professional care and professional norm. But how the important this professional value from nursing student perspective? Could you share your experience for that?
Yes, it's a very thought-provoking question. Thank you so much. How it is going to be in play for the nursing students. You are our future nurse leaders. You are our future nurses. So which we inculcate from the time you take up the nursing profession. That's the reason in the first year itself, where you have been taught what is nursing, what are the professional ethics in nursing, what are the professional values about it, what are the ethics which need, because we are going to the patient side, the people we are going to meet it. First time you are going to give the care to them. So unless you know the basic of it, you will not be able to practice it. So once you become a nurse, you are a skillful nurse where you develop your knowledge, skill and everything. But as a student nurse, it has been started from your student nurse. So that is from basic to the advanced. So that is the basic, which is the ethical principles to be learned. And as a nursing student, when you enter into the clinical, how you need to conduct yourself. How, because you're dealing with the human beings, how are you going to give the respect to the human rights, their autonomy, measuring the beneficence. So unless you learn in your student period, you will not be able to do it in your practice.
Okay, maybe they can start from the final project when the research and how to give ethical in participant research. Okay, thank you, Prof. Dr. Jayasuda. For Mr. Felix, are you still in the screen?
Yes, I am. I saw the question.
Yes,
okay.
You have one question in the chat room, and I see you have to answer that.
Yeah, actually, the mental health promotion in Singapore, we start at various levels. Usually, we focus more on a school mental health education because, as you know, the children and adolescents are more prone to get a disease. We have a school health nurse. We have a regular monitoring of activity, some educational exercise for them to promote their mental health. That's number one. And we have a public health promotion. So this is a certain type of educational videos or contents, certain health screening program in terms of mental health are organized. Usually the hospital, community clubs are work together to organize such event. So people can go for a free screening, free mental health assessment. Then we will try to find out is there any issues for them, right? So this is how we manage in a public level. Yeah, that's the answer I have pasted in a group chat.
Thank you, Mohan. I just want to add up, during this pandemic, more than the physical problem, mental health problems were there for a lot of people. They were all afraid of their own life. How are they going to live in this? So where more than the hospital care and thing, because they are at home, the children, everyone is at home. There was no work. So they keep thinking a lot, which may not be reality. So the mental health played an important role during that time, having more counseling to them, having so many programs for them and make them to be healthy and happy, because more than physical health can be treated, but mental health, unless the person treats himself, he has to come out of that, then only it can take it up.
Yeah, actually there was a question asked before you join us. I think there are certain activity we do like Mind5 apps. I gave them some example. We do have a hotline services for those people who really need certain issues. I think thanks, Professor
Every
Jayasudha, for
country
sharing.
had this hotline services for
Yes.
mental health issues in this one, and suicidal rates were increasing also sometimes,
Exactly.
other than the death because of that. So we have different helplines for the people to go seek for it and to get it done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Mohan.
you,
So
Mr.
happy to
Felix.
see you all.
Yes. Okay. Maybe it's the real last question for all the speakers. There is a question from Priyono. Maybe Mr. Felix and Prof. Dr. Jayasudha can answer. What should students prepare if they want to have a career abroad? Maybe in India and in Singapore.
Yeah. I think the students have to undergo for the examinations. Any country when they want to go, they have to go for the examinations. And once they pass out, I think they need to get a certificate from the university, whichever university they are applying for their abroad studies. And so that they give the certificate, eligibility certificate, we call it as. Once they obtain that, they can do their studies, whichever country they want to be.
Yeah. Maybe in Singapore also similar format we follow, but most of our people, right, they try to aim either Australia, UK, and US. These are the three common countries they try to fly. So English become a proficiency in all these three countries. We follow a Cambridge English education system in Singapore, so it's not a major issue. So we do have some additional coaching session, especially for the nursing level, because when the nurses join us as a student, we start from the semester one. We have this is a special. I think even India also we have a English is one of the module. Yeah, so I think similar preparation is required from the starting point in school. And of course, the comprehensive curriculum is another thing. You can't miss certain portion of your curriculum, then the other country cannot accept it. So your curriculum must be universal standard, so everybody can accept it. So that's how we prepare them, so that they can aim
As
to
I
go
want
anywhere.
to add up something also, because I have been MOU with your Indonesian different colleges, Fatmawi and other this one. What I wanted now, pandemic is getting over, it's open up. We do have a student exchange program, and students can from other countries, they come here and they will be with us for 1 month or 3 weeks or 6 weeks like that. We do give them the theme based on that different sessions, now taking them to the community, taking them to the hospital, and giving them the lectures by the senior people. So many activities which they will be exposed to that healthcare, how it is in India. So I'm sure this, because we already have an MOU with the people with the Switzerland, and in Malaysia we have with Ames University also. Their students used to come here for the learning purpose, and this all that intercultural exchange, which really helps them to meet the global requirement, global competency too. So I'm sure like after this, the students from your country, I welcome all the students. If you are interested, you can visit us, because you have an MOU with the PSG. We will work together with your senior people, and we work together with the administrative and foreign officials. And I'm sure like you can utilize the opportunity, visit us and be with us and enjoy your learning here too.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Jayasudha and Mr. Felix. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, content, and answer in this session. And I feel sorry to all the participants to inform you our time in this section is up. For the all speaker, Mr. Felix and Prof. Dr. Jayasudha, maybe we can meet in offline someday in Indonesia, maybe in Singapore or India. Okay, for the next agenda, I will return to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much for all speakers.
So thank you so much. Shall I take a leave from you all? Thank you. And happy to meet you, Ms. Mohan.
Nice meeting you, ma'am. Yeah. I think she personally called me to attend this conference. If not, I never responded. One of your committee member. So thanks, Ms. Jayasudha. Yeah.
Thank you to our speaker today and for our moderator. Now please be willing to Nurse Sri Sulistewati, Master of Nursing and Medical Surgical Nursing specialized as a Director of Nursing Academy of Keris Husada, to give a certificate to our first speaker, Professor Dr. Jayasudha.
Thank you.
And please be willing to Nursery Atun Wahyuningsi as Director of Nursing Academy of Pelni to give a certificate to our second speaker, Mr. Thomas Mohan Felix.
Thank you.
Thank you to moderator and all the speakers.
Terima kasih kepada moderator dan semua pembicara.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big appreciate to all the speakers.
Para hadirin sekalian, sekali lagi mari berikan apresiasi kepada para pembicara kita.
Now to all participants, please take a moment to take a picture and please open your camera.
Kepada seluruh peserta seminar dimohon untuk membuka kamera untuk kita berfoto bersama. Oh baik. Oke langsung ya. Slide 1. 1, 2, 3. Slide kedua, 1, 2, 3. Slide ketiga, 1, 2, 3. Slide keempat, 1, 2, 3. Slide kelima, 1, 2, 3. Slide keenam, 1, 2, 3. Slide ketujuh, 1, 2, 3. Slide ke-8, 1, 2, 3. Slide 9, 1, 2, 3. Slide ke-10, 1, 2, 3. Slide 11, 1, 2, 3. Slide 12, 1, 2, 3. Slide 13, 1, 2, 3. Baik, cukup. Ada, slide ke-14, 1, 2, 3. Slide ke-15, 1, 2, 3. Slide 16, 1, 2, 3. Slide ke-17, 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our agenda today, please take a moment to have a break and for pray and for lunch.
Para hadirin sekalian, sambil kita akan melaksanakan memasuki waktu isoma, marilah kita bersama-sama sambil menyaksikan beberapa video profil persembahan dari institusi-institusi yang bekerja sama dalam acara seminar ini. Seminar akan kita lanjutkan pukul 13.00 waktu Indonesia Barat. Dimohon untuk seluruh peserta seminar dapat kembali tepat waktu pada pukul 13.00. Terima kasih.
Sebagai institusi pendidikan yang terkemuka di Jakarta, kami siap mencetak tenaga keperawatan yang bermutu, produktif, kompetitif, dan berkarakter dalam bidang pelayanan keperawatan. Inilah Akademi Keperawatan Pelni Jakarta.
Selamat datang di Akper Pelni Jakarta. Saya Sri Abdul Wahyuningsi, Direktur Akper Pelni Jakarta, mengajak Anda berkuliah di Akper Pelni Jakarta dengan didukung infrastruktur dan fasilitas pendidikan yang lengkap serta penyelenggaraan yang bermutu dan berstandar. Kami siap mencetak tenaga keperawatan yang kompeten dan berbudi pekerti.
Untuk memenuhi kebutuhan mahasiswa, Akper Pelni juga didukung oleh sarana dan fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap.
Kami selalu mengembangkan diri untuk siap menghadapi tantangan di era 5.0. Mari bergabung bersama kami di Akper Pelni Jakarta.
Fatmawati. Saat ini kita berada di kampus Diploma 3 Keperawatan. Yuk kita cek ada apa di sini. Saat ini kita sedang berada di lab keperawatan gawat darurat. Yuk kita lihat.
Stikes Fatmawati Jakarta terakreditasi oleh BAN PT dengan predikat B. Stikes Fatmawati Jakarta memiliki 2 kampus di Jakarta. Kampus 1 berlokasi di Jalan Marga Satwa Haji Beden 25, Pondok Labu, Cilandak, Jakarta Selatan. Kampus 2 berlokasi di Jalan Andara Raya, nomor 16B, Pondok Labu, Cilandak, Jakarta Selatan. Saat ini, Stikes Fatmawati memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Keperawatan dan Sarjana Administrasi Rumah Sakit. Akan segera dibuka Sarjana Keperawatan dan Nurse. Perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca memiliki koleksi yang lengkap hingga 2.800 lebih judul buku, jurnal nasional, jurnal internasional, e-book, dan proceeding. Mahasiswa Stikes Fatmawati aktif dalam kegiatan di dalam maupun luar kampus dan menjadi juara dalam perlombaan berskala lokal maupun nasional. Stikes Fatmawati memiliki beberapa kegiatan ekstrakurikuler yang membantu mahasiswa mengembangkan bakat dan minatnya selama belajar. Come and join us. Stikes Fatmawati, Jakarta.
Halo, saya Anton Nugro, alumni Angkatan 6.
Halo, nama saya Faridi, alumni Angkatan 10.
Halo, saya Benny Permadi, saya merupakan alumni Angkatan ke-5.
Saya bangga menjadi alumni Stikes Fatmawati.
Saya bangga telah terdidik menjadi lulusan yang unggul, profesional, dan berkarakter.
Ayo, bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati dan sukses bersama kami.
Stikes Fatmawati berkomitmen tetap untuk menjaga kualitas lulusan, tetap untuk mendidik seluruh masyarakat tanpa pengecualian. Maka itu, mari kita bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati dan lulusan adalah siap kerja dan tersedia tempat-tempat bekerja sudah kerjasama dengan Stikes Fatmawati. Ayo bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati karena masa depan Anda adalah kepedulian kami.
di Akademi Keperawatan Pasar Rebo. Yuk kita lihat fasilitasnya.
Selamat datang.
Aku biasa ke perpustakaan ini untuk mencari referensi. Yuk, masuk. Sekarang kita ke lantai 2 yuk untuk melihat laboratorium yang ada di sini. Yuk, masuk. Nah, sekarang kita ke lab anak yuk. Sekarang kita ke lab selanjutnya yuk. Nah, yang terakhir ada keperawatan jiwa. Yuk masuk. Nah, sekarang kita di lantai 3 nih. Kira-kira ada apa aja ya? Nah, di belakang kita ada aula Akademi Keperawatan Pasar Rebo yang biasa digunakan dalam acara-acara tertentu. Yuk masuk. Nah, sekarang kita ada di ruang musik. Yuk masuk. Mimpi tanpa usaha itu bohong, usaha tanpa doa itu sombong. Nah, yang terakhir kita ada pantry-nya loh. Nah, itu dia fasilitas yang ada di Akper Pasar Rebo. Aku tunggu kamu di kampusku ya. Dadah!
Sebagai institusi pendidikan yang terkemuka di Jakarta, kami siap mencetak tenaga keperawatan yang bermutu, produktif, kompetitif, dan berkarakter dalam bidang pelayanan keperawatan. Inilah Akademi Keperawatan Pelni Jakarta.
Selamat datang di Akper Pelni Jakarta. Saya Sri Abdul Wahyuningsi, Direktur Akper Pelni Jakarta, mengajak Anda berkuliah di Akper Pelni Jakarta dengan didukung infrastruktur dan fasilitas pendidikan yang lengkap serta penyelenggaraan yang bermutu dan berstandar. Kami siap mencetak tenaga keperawatan yang kompeten dan berbudi pekerti.
Untuk memenuhi kebutuhan mahasiswa, Akper Pelni juga didukung oleh sarana dan fasilitas penunjang yang lengkap.
Kami selalu mengembangkan diri untuk siap menghadapi tantangan di era 5.0. Mari bergabung bersama kami di Akper Pelni Jakarta.
datang di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Fatmawati. Saat ini kita berada di kampus Diploma 3 Keperawatan. Yuk kita cek ada apa di sini. Saat ini kita sedang berada di lab keperawatan gawat darurat. Yuk kita lihat.
Stikes Fatmawati Jakarta terakreditasi oleh BAN PT dengan predikat B. Stikes Fatmawati Jakarta memiliki 2 kampus di Jakarta. Kampus 1 berlokasi di Jalan Marga Satwa Haji Beden 25, Pondok Labu, Cilandak, Jakarta Selatan. Kampus 2 berlokasi di Jalan Andara Raya, nomor 16B, Pondok Labu, Cilandak, Jakarta Selatan. Saat ini, Stikes Fatmawati memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Keperawatan dan Sarjana Administrasi Rumah Sakit. Akan segera dibuka Sarjana Keperawatan dan Nurse. Perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca memiliki koleksi yang lengkap hingga 2.800 lebih judul buku, jurnal nasional, jurnal internasional, e-book, dan proceeding. Mahasiswa Stikes Fatmawati aktif dalam kegiatan di dalam maupun luar kampus dan menjadi juara dalam perlombaan berskala lokal maupun nasional. Stikes Fatmawati memiliki beberapa kegiatan ekstrakurikuler yang membantu mahasiswa mengembangkan bakat dan minatnya selama belajar. Come and join us. Stikes Fatmawati, Jakarta.
Halo, saya Anton Nugro, alumni Angkatan 6.
Halo, nama saya Faridi, alumni Angkatan 10.
Halo, saya Benny Permadi, saya merupakan alumni Angkatan ke-5.
Saya bangga menjadi alumni Stikes Fatmawati.
Saya bangga telah terdidik menjadi lulusan yang unggul, profesional, dan berkarakter.
Ayo, bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati dan sukses bersama kami.
Stikes Fatmawati berkomitmen tetap untuk menjaga kualitas lulusan, tetap untuk mendidik seluruh masyarakat tanpa pengecualian. Maka itu, mari kita bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati dan lulusan adalah siap kerja dan tersedia tempat-tempat bekerja sudah kerjasama dengan Stikes Fatmawati. Ayo bergabung di Stikes Fatmawati karena masa depan Anda adalah kepedulian kami.
Selamat datang di Akademi Keperawatan Pasar Rebo. Yuk kita lihat fasilitasnya.
Selamat datang.
Aku biasa ke perpustakaan ini untuk mencari referensi. Yuk, masuk. Sekarang kita ke lantai 2 yuk untuk melihat laboratorium yang ada di sini. Yuk, masuk. Nah, sekarang kita ke lab anak yuk. Sekarang kita ke lab selanjutnya yuk. Nah, yang terakhir ada keperawatan jiwa. Yuk masuk. Nah, sekarang kita di lantai 3 nih. Kira-kira ada apa aja ya? Nah, di belakang kita ada aula Akademi Keperawatan Pasar Rebo yang biasa digunakan dalam acara-acara tertentu. Yuk masuk. Nah, sekarang kita ada di ruang musik. Yuk masuk. Mimpi tanpa usaha itu bohong, usaha tanpa doa itu sombong. Nah, yang terakhir kita ada pantry-nya loh. Nah, itu dia fasilitas yang ada di Akper Pasar Rebo. Aku tunggu kamu di kampusku ya. Dadah!
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the next our agenda, which is oral presentation session. And for this session, moderator is Nurse Fitri Anissa, Master of Nursing, Pediatric Nursing Specialist. To Nurse Fitri Anissa, I hand over this agenda to you.
Selanjutnya, kita akan memasuki acara berikutnya, yaitu sesi oral presentasi. Moderator kita yang akan memimpin oral presentasi ini adalah Nurse Fitri Anissa. Kepadanya dipersilakan.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you all for having me. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Fitri Anissa from Krisusada Nursing Academy. I will conduct this oral presentation session for the next hours. I hope you still have a little bit more energy to join this oral presentation because this session is as good as the session before. And also, this session will widen your knowledge about nursing research, about nursing science, and also evidence-based practice in nursing. So in this session, I will have a companion. My accompanying will review the presentation, and also she will review the manuscript of the research from all the participants. And also she will give feedbacks and questions to all the presenters. She is a lecturer from Stikep PPNI Bandung. Please welcome and join to the room, Miss Linlin Limdayani, PhD. It's an honor to meet you here, Miss. Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay. Before we begin the session, please allow me to tell you the rules and what we will have for the next hours. There will be 3 sessions. In every session, there will be 3 to 4 presenters who will present the research, and there will be feedback and question session from the reviewer, which is Miss Lin, in the end of every session. So, presenter, please, after presentation, don't leave the room because there will be feedback and question. And also, the presenters will only have 7 minutes, only 7 minutes to present their presentation maximum. Okay, without further ado, let's begin the first session. Presenters in session 1 are Nurse Widya Naralia, Nurse Marina Ruran, and Nurse Samsinar Butar-Butar. So please come and join the room. The first presenter of the first session, Nurse Widya Naralia. You may start now.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity, Miss. My voice clearly?
Yes, it's clear. Okay, we can hear.
Okay, wait, I will share my PowerPoint. How about my PowerPoint?
Okay, we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, wait a moment. Okay, I'm so nervous for this time. Okay, I will start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this moment. I will explain about my research response, emotional impact, and expectation of family caregiver in caring for family member with COVID-19. This is a qualitative study. The main topic of this moment, there are 4 topics. The first is introduction, method, result and discussion, and the conclusion. First, I will tell about the introduction. That as we know, till now, COVID-19 still as a global pandemic. In March 2020, coronavirus enter to Indonesia and then make infected million people and cause hundreds thousands of deaths in Indonesia, and that because of that, health facilities collapsed around end of 2020 to the beginning of 2021. Because of the condition, COVID-19 treatment and management, not only at the hospital, but also carried out at home by involving family caregivers. Family caregiver state that feel very afraid. This is from the survey of the University of Pittsburgh. They said that their family will be rejected in the health service. They very worried about the condition of sick family member being worse and feeling afraid that another family member will infected. Because all of the condition, I think we need and very important to know about the family caregiver experience. The study was conducted in the province of North Sumatra because of the high level of COVID-19 cases and dominant population characteristics. The aim of the research is to know the real experience of family caregiver with focus on response, emotional impact, and family caregiver expectation for taking care of the family member with COVID-19 at home. Now we can see the method. The study used qualitative research designed with the descriptive phenomenological, use the snowball sampling with the inclusion criteria. The first family has provided care to a family member confident with COVID-19 at home, willing to be participant, family member living with the participant, able to tell the experience and able to speak in Indonesia. Total of the participant is are 14 people, where 11 people is in-depth interview by phone and 4 people in-depth interview by face-to-face. The data analysis use Colazi method and involving the participant in process of the validating the result. Now I will explain about the result. From the 14 participants, we can see the average age is 39 years old with 10 women and 4 men. Around 50% of the participants are Batak ethnic, and all participants have a university education background. All Sikh family members are part of the nuclear family, like wife, children, husband, siblings, and parents, with an average of 3 until 4 other family members living together during the treatment period. The average length of treatment is 2 until 3 weeks. There are two main theme of this research, and very special theme. There are two. That is, first, response and emotional impact of family caregiver with 5 subthema. There are action response that contact the health service. First, emotional response of family caregiver, response as emotional impact during care, caregiver's physiological response, and caregiver social response. And the second theme is expectation of family caregiver. There are 3 subthema that there are improving the condition of sick family member, assistance from the government, and attention from the surrounding community. Because the limitation of the duration, I will explain about the main statement. From the action response, the main statement, like participant 4 said, well, as soon as we know about the condition and the symptoms, we go to the clinic for the treatment. There is a rapid antibody test check, the antigen doesn't exist yet. And then for the subthema, first emotional response of family caregiver, we can see the statement from the participant 4. The first one was really panic. Their expression or the response is really panic. Moreover, I also have quite a lot of interaction with my brother. This panic is also due to the influence of the media, because there are people died due to the COVID-19. And then for the for the response and emotional impact during the care, we can see the statement from the participant A. It is really hard. Yes, that it is really hard because I have to take care of the children, take care of the sick people. Yes, I do all of my work myself. All I provide food, vitamin, medicine taken care of not only my wife, but also there are 3 children. That's why I'm very overwhelmed. But no matter what, I have to take care of it. So in response to emotional impact during the care, family members said very afraid, sad, and trying to strengthen mentally, sincere, and give up. And then in a caregiver physiological response, we can see the statement that so many participants feel tired. Like the statement, I feel tired. I'm sure tired because of it is not taking just taking care of my husband, but my child
I'm sorry,
is
Miss.
still in the
1 minute
process.
left.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute left.
Okay, and then maybe I will skip about the statement. I will jump to the discussion from all of the subtem. Maybe I need more time. Yes, I will explain about the response and emotional impact. We can see that the majority of participants express emotional response of disbelief of or rejection of the fact that their family member contract with COVID-19. As we know that denial is defined as the form denial reality that can be caused by external and internal factor, and then so many not only respond about the first, but we can see about the during the COVID treatment, the participant say feeling fatigue. And in this discussion, I want to say that most of participants say compassion fatigue. Compassion fatigue is a condition in which a person feel very tired due to the demands of the physical activity and physiological pressure. Because of that, so many participants feeling compassion fatigue. For the expectation of the family caregiver, caregiver also hope for health service via telephone or telehealth. A study with the randomized control trial design was proven that so many benefit of the health information like telehealth. And then we can see the expectation. Another expectation is about the they said, I hope there is no stigma, because there is stigma in the Padang Sidempuan. That's in that condition, national media report that public or community burned the corpse. This is mayat patient COVID in May 2021. Because of that condition.
Time is up.
Okay. Can I get more time? Just 1 minute to say the conclusion?
Okay, 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. The big expectation is about the stigma. So many participants afraid about the stigma. So because of the stigma, participants keep the condition their family. Then this is the conclusion. I just want to read about the family caregiver express their hopes while providing care. Family caregiver really hope for government support, and about the positive side about this COVID is there are there is the development of technology and communication in the health sector. The high number of COVID cases finally prompts the government to create telehealth system and can be accessed for entire community. Because of the COVID-19, government make the telehealth and can be accessed for entire community. Maybe that's all about my presentation. Because of the limitation of the duration, so sorry about my presentation. That's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's a great presentation. Please give applause to Nurse Vidya. Okay, move to the second presenters. Nurse Marina Ruran. Have you in the room already? Okay, please, you may start now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time. Today, I will present about management moisture-associated skin damage with chitosan zinc cream by virtual wound care case study. I'm Marina Ruran from Akperpelni, Jakarta. My outline, introduction and incident, case study include history, management and result, conclusion and references. The environment around the skin that is too moist or easy to cause trauma in the form of friction, plaster, and medical devices or other nursing action can cause damage to the outer skin. Skin damage that occurs for a long time can cause infection, pain, and the wound healing process is hampered. Moisture-associated skin damage can occur due to excessive sweating, contamination of urine, feces, or wound fluid for a long time and occurs continuously. The global prevalence of MASD is unknown, but prolonged treatment can cause MASD, especially due to contamination of urine and feces by 65%. The research method is a descriptive case study. Respondents were treated according to the basics of wound care, exudate management, and protection around the wound using chitosan zinc cream. Researchers guide wound care virtually by using WhatsApp chats, by sending photos and videos to see the condition and the progress of the wound care. This is the first case study. Baby D, 8 months old, had a colostomy attached due to atresia ani. The baby was operated on to make a stoma at a hospital in South Kalimantan, and after 2 weeks post-surgery, the baby was allowed to go home. The mother treats the stoma using plastic sugar bag and the double tip. After 2 weeks of returning home, there were blisters around the wound. The mothers consulted via WhatsApp chat and was told that the child feces are normal and the type of stoma is loop stoma, round, red, and the mucosal surface does not show granulomas, and the mucocutaneous junction appears to be well fused. Peristomal assessment with sex instrument obtained L2 T1 until 4, where the entire surface of the skin around the stoma looks red and irritated. Congratulations. The mother complains that the child is restless, cries often, makes the bed difficult to stick, and leaks easily. The stoma treatment first was the wound with water, use baby soap and dry it, use roll gauze, cover with chitosan zinc cream, place on the edge of the stomach and use sugar plastic without sticking to the skin. Around the irritated stomach, apply a thin layer of chitosancin cream and ensure that the skin is always covered with chitosancin cream. The result after 3 days, the treatment, the skin around the stomach look no irritation and no redness. The child is not restless and the mother can perform stomach care with standardized stomach care procedure. This is the second case study. Mrs. K, 52 years old, live at East Kalimantan, has an ulcer for 7 weeks and was taken a massage therapist. Wound care nurse have difficulty treating wounds and consulting via WhatsApp chat by sending photos of wounds after washing and videos during the opening of the wound dressing after 3 days covered with the dressing, modern dressing for the wound. The peri-wound skin occur maceration. The wound care is carried out using the concept of time management. The first was the wound with water and wound soap, and then dry the wound, dry the skin. The second, use a primary dressing, chitosancin cream mixed with iodine powder. And the third, use a secondary dressing for the absorbent and control the bleeding. Use calcium alginate, and the absorbing use orthopedic wall and gauze. And the last, protect around the wound with chitosancin cream. And if the wound is wet before 3 days, then only the secondary dressing is open. And the 3 days later, the entire dressing is open and the wound is clean again with the concept of time management. The result after 3 weeks of treatment, the first and second wound showed 100 granulation in grade 2, and there was no maceration around the wound. The chitosancin cream is a type of skin barrier that protect of skin from moisture-associated skin damage. The advantage of chitosancin cream is to avoid exposure to irritant substance like urine, feces, and wound exudate, protect against mechanical damage, is anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. Since the pandemic, the handling of patient has experienced many obstacles, especially in reaching health care facilities. Skin problems around baby stomach care be resolved because the researcher provides direction and assistance to the client's mother until the skin around the stomach improves. Wound Mrs. K can also be handled optimally and improves because the researchers accompanies the wound nurse to treat the patient. The conclusion, knowledge of moisture-associated skin damage is important to be understood by health workers, especially nurses. Nurses need to be briefed so that they can make patient care plans. Prevention start with carefully assessment, individualized care planning, and staff education. This is my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the very good presentation about wound healing. Yeah. Okay, move to the third presenters of the session, Nurse Samsinar Butar-Butar. You may start now.
Thank you to the MC. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, but a little bit, you can higher your voice,
Okay,
probably.
thank you. Thank you. Can be like this?
Okay, it's okay.
Okay. May I have my screen, please? Somebody can help me, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all honorable speakers and the committee who have given me a chance to present my research. Somebody told me that my voice is very small. That's why I should turn off my camera first, and I can maybe more closer to my laptop. Am I audible enough?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Somebody is helping me to share screen my PowerPoint.
Okay, maybe the IT team will share the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. This is my research. The title is The Effect of Deep Breathing Relaxation Technique on Blood Pressure Changes in Hypertension Patient at CCI Cikini Hospital. Next slide, please. Hypertension is an increase in arterial blood pressure resulting from two main factors, namely the heart and arterioles. Based on GCI-8, the high blood pressure or hypertension is increase in systolic blood pressure more than 140 and diastolic blood pressure is more than 90. The measurement with the interval of 5 minutes when the patient is rested and calm. The background of this research also, the hypertension is the third leading cause of the death in Indonesia with CFR of 63.2% by Kemenkes 2019. Based on data from this Kesdas 2018, the prevalence of hypertension based on measurement result, population age 18 years old was 34.1, and the highest one was in South Kalimantan, 44.1%, while the lowest one is in Papua, 22.2%. As a nurse, we know that two ways how to handle the hypertension. The first one is pharmacological therapy, and the second one is non-pharmacological therapy. And non-pharmacological therapy is a simple method by deep breathing meditation, acupuncture, and others. And on my study, I choose deep breathing relaxation. Next slide, please. The nursing theory of deep breathing relaxation. Physiology of deep breathing relaxation is to lower blood pressure in patients who experience tension and anxiety in high blood pressure. The nerves that work are very sympathetic nervous system, which play a role in increasing heart rate. At the time of relaxation, deep breathing works reciprocally, resulting in condition for eliminating anxiety and lowering blood pressure. Next, please. The purpose of this study was to determine whether there was an effect of deep breathing relaxation on changes in blood pressure in hypertension patient at CCI Cikini Hospital. Next. The research design, the type of the research design used in this study were pre-experimental design with one group pre and post-test design. The population on this study are 86 patients from November 22 till December 6, 2021 at CCI Cikini with sampling 30 respondents, and we are using purposive sampling. Next slide, please. Based on the table 1, it is known that the average of respondents for the pre-test systolic blood pressure was 151.33 and the pre-test diastolic was 104 millimeter hydrogyrum. And based on the table 2, it is known that the average post-test respondent systolic blood pressure is 136 and the post-test diastolic is 94.33. The results on this study are in line with the research conducted by Husna and Johan 2020, which said that the average blood pressure of the elderly at PSTW Saban Nan Alwi Sicincin Padang Pariaman Regency before giving deep breathing exercise, systolic blood pressure was 192.38 and the blood pressure diastolic was 104.29. The minimum value for systolic blood pressure is 160 and diastolic is 80, while the maximum value is 240 and diastolic is 120. Next, please. To find out whether the data is normal or not, a normality test of the data is carried out by comparing the skewness value with the standard error. If the value is -2 to +2, then the result of the normality test of the data are normal. Then we use parametric test. If the skewness value of the data is more than -2 to +2, then the data distribution is not normal. Then non-parametric test will be used. Next, please. This is the analysis bivariate data of my research. The result of p-value diastolic blood pressure before and after the procedure. Based on the table above, the result of the statistical pair p-test are significant. P-value is 0.00. This means that the p-value is less than 0.05. So that H1 is accepted, meaning that there is an effect of deep breathing relaxation technique on decreasing blood pressure. Based on the table below, the statistical result of Wilcoxon test is significant value of p 0.00. This means that p-value is less than 0.05, where H1 is accepted, which means that there is an effect of deep breathing relaxation techniques on decreasing blood pressure. Next. The results on this study are in line with the research conducted by Gayatri, also by Yanti and Murwidi, that the entitled that effectiveness of the slow breathing relaxation on lowering blood pressure. Next, please. And this is the conclusion about my research. The average blood pressure in patient at CCI Cikini before being given slow deep breathing exercise was 151.33 millimeter hydrogyrum for systole and 140 millimeter hydrogyrum per diastole. Meanwhile, after being given the breathing exercise to patient at CCI Cikini, the average blood pressure was 136 millimeter hydrogyrum for systolic and 94.33 millimeter hydrogyrum for diastolic. The latest conclusion is there is an effect of slow deep breathing exercise on blood pressure in patient at CCI Cikini, with systolic p-value 0.000 and diastolic p-value is 0.000. The suggestion or recommendation, the researchers recommends the CCI Cikini to socialize and teach deep breathing exercise technique to the patient and urge to all patients to do breathing exercise independently when experiencing hypertension. Those are my reference. Thank you so much. I'm giving up to moderator.
Okay, thank you. Please give a big applause to 3 presenters that have presented their presentation. Okay, what a great and amazing presentation. So I will invite our honorable reviewer to give feedback and question to the presenters. Please join the room, Ms. Lindayani.
Okay, thank you very much. I think all the 3 presenters has provided good information for the result. And I just have a few comments for the first presenter.
First, Nurse Widya.
Nurse Widya. Wait. Okay. Yeah. The study is quite interesting because you explore about the response, emotional impact, and expectation of family caregiver during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I have a question: why you conducted a qualitative study to explore about the emotional responses and also the expectation of a family caregiver? That's my first question. And what is the difference between your study and a previous study? Whether there are a previous study has been conducted using the same topic or the same study design? And that's only 2 questions for Nurse Widya. And also I have some suggestion to write your methods. The first is, I think it's better to separate your method into subheading, such as you describe a study design, sample, and then interview guideline. What are the questions that you use when you conducted an interview, and then data collection procedure from the ethical clearance until you got the sample, and then how to analyze the data in more details. That's my suggestion for writing the method section. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Widya, is it clear?
Yes, so clear.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Wait. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I will answer for the first question. The first question you asked about the why why I chose the topic with the qualitative study. Because the phenomenology, the phenomena in the community, we only got the phenomena from the experience by to get the phenomena in depth data. We can use qualitative, because in this condition so many participants or so many family caregiver say about their experience, and their experience I focus in emotional impact response and emotional impact, because the condition is so many stressor in that condition. The family caregiver have to taking care, but also they have to manage themselves not to be infected. That's why when I see the phenomena, I choose the qualitative study. And sorry for the second question is about what?
What the research gap?
What the
research gap? The difference between your study with the previous study.
Sorry, I cannot hear. What?
The difference between your study with previous study.
Okay. What the difference of my study and the previous study? The previous study I see in Iran. There are very not very similar, but similar about the family caregiver experience in isolated in isolation periodic COVID-19 in COVID-19 period isolation period. The previous study is there is how to say unsur, how to say there is main how to say in the place where I done this research is in Sumatra, in North Sumatra. The characteristic of the population is people with the dominant characteristic, and they express their feeling so loud, and I can see the different side about the Bataknese express and in that place in that place. So in previous study, I just can see in Iran population. I cannot see the express. There is no deep express. Only say that like feeling panic and feeling sad, just so. But in this situation, maybe if qualitative study have to say the statement. That's why I think the limit of the duration cannot make me say about the statement. there are two statements of the participant, like the participant 14 say about he really depressed and feel guilty because of he spread the virus. He don't know about himself has been infected COVID, and he spread the virus for his parents, and his parents being very drop and very bad condition. I have told in the I have explained in the research. And the second one is about participant 10, I think, say about the compassion fatigue, and really fatigue because of he have to taking care of her of his wife, and then have to care about his children. So about the Batak ethnic express so loud and express so deep about their experience. That's the point, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the comment, ma'am.
Yeah, I think that is a good study, and I think the chance to get a published also big, but there's need to some time to fix the writing,
Yes.
Yeah, the
Maybe
start.
Great
maybe
idea.
I will make the detail maybe writing about qualitative study. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And then for the second presenters, I think that's also very interesting because using the virtual wound care, and then finally it is even though using the virtual wound care, but the result seems to be satisfaction, right? But I think there is some issue for the methodology, because you say that you use a case study, but however, in the introduction, you didn't mention the importance of why we need to focus on management of MASD, and then why we have to use the virtual wound care, this virtual wound care effectively in previous study, and why you have to conduct the case study. And I think there is also need to clarify what actually the objective or your case study, because you mentioned in your method that your case study, you use the descriptive case study, but then it is unclear what is the research question that you want to raise in this case study. As I know that in the case study, you have to answer at least, there are 4 questions about what, when, how, where, and why. Yeah, I think there is 5 question that need to be answered in the descriptive case study. And then the second is in the method section, I think it should be also follow the rule to write the descriptive case study. What kind of the tool and technique that you use? Since in the case study, we can have many tools, not only the instrument, but also maybe we can have like a nursing medical record or others documentation. And also we need to define actually what is target sample, and then also need to discuss how to do the data collection and also how to analyze the data. That I think that is important issue that need to be clarified in this research.
Okay, please, Nurse Marina Ruran, answer the question. I'm sorry, you haven't unmute your mic. Okay.
Thank you for the question and the suggestion, I think. Yes, because all the suggestion for me, maybe I will describe for the instrument the tools I using documentation and observation, and all the treatment the patient with WhatsApp chat and video calls with videos, some videos from the nurse that I guide the treatment, and from the family. And then I think maybe my case study, my research for 5W and 1H, yeah, it's not comprehensive. Yes, ma'am. I think I will describe all for my research from this question. Maksudnya gini, mau saya perbaiki lagi, mau dilengkapi.
It's okay to
lagi,
mix
gitu.
a little.
Yes.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, because I think that even though there are a case study, but the probability to get published, I think, is still high as long as we write it for the rule. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion, ma'am.
Okay. And then for the last presenter, Ibu Samsinar. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is very interesting because deep breathing relaxation technique or others non-pharmacological therapy has been used for several research in Indonesia, especially, right? And I have only one question, because there is a previous study using the same technique, deep breathing relaxation on blood pressure also, conducted by Riani in 2008, right? So what is the difference between the Riani study with yours? Because I didn't see it in the discussion. In the comparison of the discussion, you didn't mention it in more detail. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the suggestion. I will just try to answer your question first. The different my research is a little bit different with others before. Instead of the different in time and place of the research, there is some support data in our hospital. As we know, at the time, we got almost 50% our patients who got admitted were hypertension. That's why when we conduct the research, it's really easy to get the respondent. And then when we conduct the research, we collaborate with the nursing student who in the final semester, in the 6th semester, so deep breathing relaxation can be done properly. I think as a theory, we can practice that almost 5 to 6 times in a day or 15 minutes in a day. So it will be effect on the blood pressure.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it should be put in the discussion. That's maybe one of the innovation you put in your study, right?
Thank you.
So I also have some suggestion how to improve the writing style. I just sent it to Miss Yua. So I think Miss Yua will distribute to all of the presenters today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the feedback and the question. Those are great feedback and questions, so we can be better in the future as a researcher. Yeah. So we move to the second session. Yeah. The presenters in session 2 are Nurse Lorita Yemima, Ms. Lucia Versti, and Nurse Ira Sokyati. So please come and join to the room. The first presenter, Nurse Lorita Yemima, you may start now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to meet you all in this conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lorita Yamina, and I am a lecturer of Cikini Indonesian Churches Union Hospital. Now, I want to present the research that I have done with my friend Santa Pangaribuan by the title Effect of Chewing Gum to Overcome Thirst in Chronic Kidney Disease Review. Chronic kidney disease is stated to be the cause of more deaths than breast cancer or prostate cancer based on National Vital Statistics System Report Data 2018. This is a health crisis that is not paid enough attention to by the public. We estimate that more than 850 million people worldwide have some form of kidney disease, which is roughly double the number of people living with diabetes and 20 times more than the prevalence of cancer worldwide or people living with HIV. That's why chronic kidney disease is the most common health problem worldwide that requires a focus on public health plans and programs based on World Health Organization 2021. Kidney disease is suffered by about 37 million people in the United States. It is 50% of adult population, or more than 1 in 7 adults, based on National Kidney Disease 2022. In Indonesia, according to the Basic Health Research Riskesdas, in 2018, the prevalence of chronic kidney disease increased to 0.38%. This number has doubled compared to 2013, which was only 0.2%. Kidney replacement therapy is an action taken to treat chronic kidney disease. One of them is hemodialysis. Patients undergoing hemodialysis must maintain restriction on the fluid intake so the body fluid balance is achieved that excess fluid does not occur. Patients experience xerostomia or thirst must, on the other hand, their body also experience excess fluid, which can cause weight gain, edema, increased blood pressure, shortness of breath, and heart problems, which also have an impact on reducing the decline of the quality of life of the patient. Therefore, fluid restriction must be carried out in a hemodialysis patients in order to occur fluid balance. Intervention carried out to overcome thirst include sucking ice cube, gargle of boiled water, and chewing gum. Many previous studies have revealed the effectiveness of sucking ice cube and boiled water gargle in people with chronic kidney disease. However, the effectiveness of chewing gum in people with chronic kidney disease is still quite limited. So the purpose of this study was to determine the benefit of chewing gum in overcoming the thirst in chronic kidney disease with hemodialysis. The study includes the following criteria. 1. Investigating gum chewing intervention in overcoming thirst. 2nd is quasi-experiment and RCT study design. 3rd, study response where chronic kidney disease patient with hemodialysis. 4. A full text article available in English. Search and retrieval process. First step is identification. We're using EBSCO ProQuest International Journal PubMed, and we have 200 articles. After that, we record after duplicate remove. We have 110. And then we exclude based on the title. We have 33. And then we screening up by looking the method RCT and quasi. We have 87. And we exclude the abstract. We have 40. The third step is eligibility. We're looking for the full text. Studies exclude 27 article, review of article, and then the last is study include 20 RCT study, design involving chewing gum, and we have 8 article, full text, and using English language. Result. Thirst management by chewing gum, according Norton Onsen in 2020, stated that chewing gum does not carry serious risk for patients, especially explained in Sadar Dergamenher in 2018, which stated that the use of the sugar-contained gum can have a bad impact on disease, so it is recommended to consume gum contain no sugar. Based on the timing, we have 1 week until 3 months. In 1 week, we have a significant reduction in thirst and dryness in hemodialysis patients who chewing a sugar-free gum, but in 3 months, we have no increased amount of saliva and dry mouth symptom. That chewing for 50 minutes per hour during a hemodialysis. In the intervention of chewing gum will produce maximal result to eliminate thirst, namely when the patient is analyzed to chewing gum for 10 minutes 6 times a day, and when the patient feel dry mouth or thirst. The instrument that used to measure thirst in patient was analyzed by dialysis thirst inventory. Overall, the 8 articles studies 5 articles state that chewing gum can overcome thirst characteristic by lowering dry mouth, increasing saliva flow rate, and adherence of fluid control. The act of chewing gum also provides relief from thirst in the short and long term. Discussion. About 60 until 80% of hemodialysis patients die for excessive fluid. Excessive fluid in hemodialysis patients can cause further complications such as hypertension, short breath, remic pleuritic, remic lungs, and others. Therefore, indicators of success of hemodialysis patients are fluid management through fluid restriction and overcoming thirst. One of intervention given to overcome thirst is chewing gum. Chewing gum without side effect will cause stimulus of salivary glands, where impulse will run to the nucleus in the medulla coupled with the movement of the oral muscles, so that the chewing process will stimulate increased saliva products. Mechanical stimulus in front of chewing gum for 10 minutes twice per day is a chemical stimulus in front of sweetness of menthol, and mechanical stimulus can stimulate increased saliva secretion, while the sensation of tasting sweetness and gum menthol is a chemical stimulus that can increase saliva flow. The assessment of sensation of thirst was carried out with using dialysis thirst inventory questionnaire, which consists of 7 questions with the following statement: thirst is a problem for me. I am thirsty during the day. I am thirsty at night. My social life is affected because of my thirst. I am thirsty before dialysis. I am thirsty during dialysis. I am thirsty after dialysis. And the answer choice given are never, until, to, very often. However, there are several studies that state chewing gum has not an impact on restricted thirst in research. State that just chewing gum does not affect salivary level in hemodialysis in Japan. It is also supported by research, not significant difference. We found between the saliva flow rate at time point of 0 until 4 hours when the gum was chewing. So, the recommendation highly recommend using sugar-free sweetness for all patients with oral complication, especially dry mouth and thirst, especially hemodialysis patients. Conclusion. Chewing gum intervention is a therapy that has limited study. We identify 8 articles that examine chewing gum intervention for specific problems, namely reduce the sensation of thirst among kidney failure patients. This review showed that chewing gum intervention need a long time, on average 1 until 3 months, to obey a satisfactory effect in reducing the sensation of thirst, but this treatment is safe and easily to apply. Finally, although it is argumentally a therapy for thirst among kidney failure patients, we found in this review report there is an impact of chewing gum, reducing the sensation of thirst among kidney failure patients or chronic kidney disease.
Okay, that's a good presentation from Nurse Lorita. Move to the second presenter, Ms. Lucia Versti. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lucia Versti. I am lecturer from Pasar Rebo Nursing Academy. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. It's great to see you all. My presentation is entitled The Effectiveness of self-care in preventing the occurrence continued disability in people with leprosy. Introduction. Leprosy or morbus Hansen is one of the infection diseases that cause health problems for people in several countries around the world, including Indonesia. Although it does not cause death directly, leprosy can cause permanent disability that can affect to the productivity, social life, economy, and future of the sufferer. Therefore, preventive measures are needed to prevent further defect from occurring by doing self-care. Methods. The study used a literature review. Source of data taken in this study came from journals on Google Scholar, PubMed, and the Indonesian Ministry of Health website and reference books. The inclusion and exclusion criteria in this literature are exits from the Google Scholar database from PPNI Comprehensive Nursing Journal. The strategy used to determine the effectiveness of self-care in the study used PICOS. For result, 1. The relationship of self-care with disabilities in people with leprosy in the South Jakarta. Result, self-care does not stand alone in influencing disability in leprosy patients. However, there is an interaction between self-care with the patient attitude in performing self-care and the reaction to the treatment given to leprosy patient. The variable of self-care, attitude, and reaction to leprosy are variable related to disability in leprosy patient at the South Jakarta Health Center. 2. The role of health officer and families and self-care people with leprosy. Majority of health workers took part in self-care for leprosy patients, as many as 19 people. Most of the families did not take part in self-care for leprosy patients, as many as 15 people. Almost all of them self-care. In this last category, as many as 20 people. 3. Self-care as a risk factors for disability in people with leprosy. There was no relationship between the type of leprosy and level 2 disability, and there is a significant relationship between education, income, and self-care with disability level 2 in Cirebon Regency in 2019. 4. Relationship knowledge and family support to self-care patient with leprosy at RSUP Dr. Sitanala, Tangerang City. Knowledge had no relationship to self-care of leprosy patients at RSUP Dr. Sitanala, Tangerang City. 5. Relationships, family support, and knowledge against self-care for people with leprosy in Grati Health Center 2019. There is a relationship between support families with leprosy self-care. There is a relationship between knowledge and self-care. In meeting the basic needs of people with leprosy, it is necessary to attention to, one of which is self-care, whether carried out by the patient himself or this family with leprosy. For self-care in people with leprosy can cause progressive damage because leprosy attacked the peripheral nerves, skin, hand and feet and eyes, so patients need good self-care. According to ORM, state the age, gender, developmental status, health status, socio-cultural, health services, family system, lifestyle, environment, and available of resources affect a person's self-care. Relative to this, the role of health workers and the role of the family is very important in the self-care of people with leprosy. Discussion. It can be concluded that dominant factor influencing the effectiveness of self-care in preventing further disability in leprosy patients is the importance of family support, knowledge, and supportive environment for leprosy patients themselves. Conclusion. The conclusion obtained from the result of this study is that the dominant factor influencing the effectiveness of self-care in preventing the occurrence of further disability in leprosy patients is this importance of family support, knowledge, and a supportive environment for leprosy patients themselves. For further research, it is hoped and further research can be carried out regarding the factors that influence the effectiveness of self-care in preventing further disability in leprosy patients. This is a reference books that I use in making this literature review. I noticed that our time is just about up. So to close, I would like to say thank you.
Okay, good presentation from Ms. Lucia. Next to third presenters, Nurse Ira Sukyati. Please, the time is yours.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me tell you about myself. My name is Ira Sukyati. I'm a lecturer Nursing Academy Pasarbo. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. The subject of my presentation is the impact of social support for the gynecological cancer patient. Let me share my presentation. The background is problems that occur in gynecological cancer patients after undergoing treatment are physiological disorder, decreased quality of life, and cost effectiveness of treatment. Not only gynecological cancer patients, couples also have difficulty in adapting to new situation. Social support is an action directed at people with personal relationships, which result in an immediate positive response. Support can come from structural social relationships that include family, friend, group, neighbor, workplace, married couples, and educational institutions, as well as functional social relationships. Social support can cause emotional reaction and behavioral change in people who receive the assistance and can reduce the causes of psychological stress when facing difficult times. The purpose of analyzing the article is to find out the impact of social support on gynecological cancer. Let's move on of the result. The result obtained from 9 articles that match the topic according to one Lisna Dianti. It was found that cervical cancer patients receive social support with a sufficient category of 57.5%, which had an impact, namely reducing anxiety. Next risk that social support was obtained from friends in the form of information support, while emotional support was obtained from partners whose impact was to improve general health and be mentally able to overcome the disease they were experiencing, increase optimism, and reduce symptoms well. Yakmur said social support from family, friends, and others are found in gynecological cancer prevention. Namely, there is a positive correlation with the patient fighting spirit in fighting the disease and has a negative correlation with the scale of helplessness or desperation. The next result, Sauer et al. Said the existence of social support will reduce all physiological symptoms like stress, anxiety, and depression. Said of DIRA, the importance of social support from family, husband, relatives, close friends, and neighbors because it has the benefit of reducing stress, getting smooth treatment, meeting household needs, and patient feeling not lonely because there are family members who accompany caring or treatment at the hospital. Gradually, the highest social support results are with the status of the patient being married is high 80-99, but with divorce status is low. The result of social support 53 and 33. High social support has an effect on improving the quality of life of gynecological cancer patients. Next, the result, the last winner that social support was obtained from friends in the form of information support, while emotional support was obtained from partner whose impact was to improve general health and be mentally able to overcome the disease they are experiencing, increase optimism, and reduce symptom well. The greatest social support comes from the family. There are three effects of social support for gynecological cancer patients, namely increased quality of life, reduced level of anxiety and depression. Sharon said the effect of depression is very small in patients who are facilitated by family and friend support, emotional acceptance, and illness. Let's move on in discussion. Based on the result of research analysis from 9 articles, it can be concluded that social support for gynecological cancer patients is obtained from friends, family, and nurses. The result of the analysis of 9 articles related to the impact of social support for physiological gynecological cancer patients, namely reduce stress, anxiety, depression, and hopelessness and increase quality of life. The last slide, the highest social support is obtained from the family. The impact of good social support is reducing stress, anxiety, depression, or hopelessness, and increasing quality of life. There is a positive relationship between social support and increased mental strength in dealing with cancer. Thank you for attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, the topic are getting interesting, yeah. I hope the audience still pay attention because we are going to listen the feedback and question from the reviewer. Please come to the room, Ms. Nandin.
Yeah, thank you, Bu. Yeah, I think that is for the first presenter, Ibu Lorita, betul ya?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ibu Lorita.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting that you study focus on how to assess the effect of chewing gum, okay, for CKD patients. Actually, I have one question. What kind of database that you use for your searching? That's my question. My first question, and the second question is, how you did the data extraction. And the third question, you say that you assess 8 articles for the validity assessment, and what kind of the tool that you use for assessment of this study quality? That's my question.
Okay, thank you for the question. Is it my sounds clear? I using EBSCO, ProQuest and PubMed based on Indonesian National member, and then I use a search strategy by type 3 words: chewing gum, chronic kidney disease on hemodialysis, and thirst management. And then the eligibility is I was looking for a full text and English articles that I use. It's more easier for me to understand. And then for the data extract, I try to find an author, and then I try to find an author, a year of publication, and chewing gum and intervention. The intervention of chewing gum, I try to what kind of chewing gum use, how many frequency, and the total duration, and the study location and the participation and outcomes. Actually, when I try to find a search engine by 3 keywords, there's a limitation since year 2004. Chewing gum intervention is more often I find in many articles, but since 2004 until 2011, there's a limit article about the intervention of chewing gum. And about the ethical consideration, critical appraisal, I use a PICO. My P is dialysis patient, chronic kidney disease. My intervention is chewing gum, and then there is no comparison, and the outcome is thirst management. That's all for the answer, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. But I think for the critical appraisal tools is different with PICO. There are many tools that you can look at the Google, like the GBI critical appraisal tools, or if there are experimental study, you can use Consort, or you can use the Raman. Yeah, there are many tools, but I think that is very important for you to state what kind of the tool that you use for the assess the validity of the study, because it should be like the objective measurement. Okay. Thank you, Bu.
Thank you for the
yeah. And then for the second presenter, Ibu Lucia.
Yeah, Miss Lucia.
Thank you. Yeah.
Baik, Ibu.
I have read about the self-care for preventing co-occurrence of disability for people with leprosy. I think that is very important topic. But I have a question for what kind of the keyword you use for your search, and then what is the meaning of Google Scholar database and InternationaL comprehensive nursing journals? What are actually database you use for your searching? And then the third question is how many article actually you got from your first searching? Because finally you have 4 articles, but I didn't see the reason why you got 4 articles, and then how many articles you got for your first, and how do you search? Is you select all the article and then decided only to include 4 articles? That's my question.
Thank you, Ms. Lin Lin. Thank you for your question.
I want to answer your question. This literature review method use study or literature review to collect and evaluate research that is on your with research topic, and then I have to take it in this journal of Google Scholar and PubMed in the Indonesian Ministry of Health website and the reference book. There are 8 journals from Google Scholar and PubMed, as well as 3 Indonesian Ministry and Health website and 1 reference book. I'm sorry, just for 8 journal, I have 5 journal in use to literature review for result, sehingga in Indonesia dari 8 jurnal ini saya hanya menggunakan 5 jurnal gitu. Jadi 5 jurnal, yang 3 jurnal ini memang saya tidak masukkan karena terkait dengan mungkin dengan waktu ya, dengan waktu yang memang terbatas juga, sehingga saya mungkin memang kurang tidak memasukkan 3 jurnal yang lain. Seperti itu. Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe better you can use the prisma flow diagrams to describe your searching results, so people can get a comprehensive information. How many articles you got from the first searching, and then how you select and how you decided and decide into only include 4 articles. Yeah, Bu, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Then
now the third speakers ya, Bu.
Yeah, Bu Ira.
Bu Ira Supriyati.
Because all the third speaker they use the same study
method.
Study literature review. Yeah, I think there is common problems in conducting the literature review. The first is I would like to clarify what actually your research question or your research objective, because in the title you say about the impact of social support. Yeah, but actually in the result is not quite clear whether there is the impact of the social support or there are the descriptive of the social support among gynecology cancer patients. So the first that I would like to clarify is what actually the study objective, and then the same, because you didn't mention what are the database you use for your searching, and what are the keyword you use for searching, and then what are the eligibility criteria, and how you select the article from 55 into 9 article in your literature review. That's maybe my question.
Thank you, Ms. Lilin, atas thank you for your commentator. Basic on the purpose of my study, when I meet with gynecological cancer patient the last cancer survivor experience a lot of physiological disorder such as anxiety, fear, stress, or even depression. Not all patients are accompanied by a family member. There is a reason I really want to know what are the effects of getting social support.
Like you want to see like the intervention on social support and the effect on what? The effect of social support on what? So it's me. I would like to clarify actually what is the independent variable, what is dependent variable in your literature review. If you want to see what is the effect of social support, and then my question is, The effect to what?
The effect of the emotional support.
Social support on what?
There is support, social support too. There are three divided. There is emotional, there is information, and there is transitional. Nah, there are I want to ke emosionalnya. Jadi support of emotional.
Jadi maksudnya Bu, ini teh mau melihat efek sosial support terhadap apa atau mau lihat gambaran sosial support pada pasien ginekologi cancer? Nah ini mungkin yang mesti, karena kalau efek berarti artinya ada intervensi dalam bentuk social support, kemudian ada outcome yang mau kita cari ya Bu ya. Kemudian kalau kita mau lihat tadi yang Ibu lihat, mau lihat nih gambaran saja, berarti kan akan berbeda ceritanya gitu ya Bu ya. Termasuk nanti sampelnya yang mau dipakai apa, maksudnya sampelnya itu maksudnya artikelnya, nanti yang maksud kriterianya nanti seperti apa kan akan berbeda. Kalau kita masuknya ke impact atau efek dari social support on mental health misalnya atau apa, berarti kan harus yang kaitan dengan intervention study. Kalau kita mau lihat relationship between social support dan ini berarti cross sectional gitu ya. Ada instrumen yang menghubungkan social support dengan apa gitu. Tapi kalau kita mau lihat detailnya saja tentang social support, bagaimana sih gambarannya gitu ya. Yang paling banyak diberikan itu social support jenis apa? Tadi kan Ibu sebutkan ada 3 macam ya. Nah barangkali itu lebih ke arah gambaran ya, gambaran social support pada pasien dengan ginekologi. Nah itu barangkali Bu yang mesti dipertegas ya, supaya nyambung dengan hasil gitu. Karena hasilnya juga memang beragam ya Bu ya. Karena tadi tujuannya juga masih belum fokus gitu ya Bu.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Bu Lilin masukannya.
Ibu atur nuhun. Ya, I think that's all for the third presenter from my viewpoint. Ya, Bu.
Okay, thank you for the feedbacks ya. Great feedback. So we can be better researcher ya, especially in this second session about literature review ya. Okay, we are going to enter the last session ya. There are 4 presenters in this last session. The presenters in this last session are Nurse Yuanita Panma, Nurse Farida Purnamasari, Nurse Hinin Nuwasila, and Nurse Cahyanti Kristianingsi. So please come and join the room. The first presenter, Nurse Yuanita Panma. You may start now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you for the committee to giving the opportunity to me to present my study. The title of my study today is Effectiveness of Acupressure on Pruritus in Hemodialysis Patients, a Literature Review. I will divide the sections into 4 sections: introduction, methodology, result analysis, and discussion. For introduction, pruritus is a common problem in patients with chronic kidney failure who undergo hemodialysis. Pruritus has a high prevalence in hemodialysis patients because of the effects of end-stage renal disease, where around 60 until 90% of patients with long-term dialysis suffer from this problem. The incidence of pruritus is between 15 until 49% in chronic kidney disease pre-dialysis and about 50 until 90% in hemodialysis or peritoneal dialysis patients. Pruritus affects nearly 90% of dialysis patients and is associated with increased morbidity and mortality, poor quality of life, sleep disturbances, and depression. The prevalence of pruritus in hemodialysis patients is 83.4%. In Indonesia, the hemodialysis patient reached 5,000 cases in 2016, and it increased in 2017, become 9,000 cases, and in 2018 become 10,000 cases. Acupressure is one of the therapeutic options to treat pruritus. It can relieve itching. The aim of the study is to review trial studies that focus on acupressure for treating rheumatoid pruritus. We use keyword acupressure, pruritus, itch, and hemodialysis with the database ProQuest, EBSCO, Clinical Key, Wiley Online Library, and Google Scholar, with the inclusion criteria full text and published between 2012 until 2022. The process of selecting articles. In the beginning, we have 1,900 articles. After we exclude the records, articles not meet inclusion criteria, and articles not meet objective research, we only find 7 articles. As a result, Ake et al. In 2013 with the total 78 participants in Turkey with the Acupoint SP6, ST36, SP10, and LI11 with the frequency 30 times per week for 6 weeks. Yan et al. 2015 with 32 participants in Shanghai in China with 6 auricular acupoint, kidney, lung, heart, Shanman, endocrine, and subcortical. Frequency 5 until 8 times a day, 3 times weekly for 6 weeks. The third, Akça and Taski, 2016, with 75 participants in Turkey, with the Acupoint LI11, with the frequency 3 times a week for 4 weeks. Fourth, Mi-ai and Keong, 2017, with 42 participants in Korea, with the Acupoint SP6, ST36, SP10, LI11 with frequency 3 times a week for 12 weeks. Yungi et al. In 2020 with 42 participants in Korea with the Acupoint Shanman, heart, anterior lobe, occiput, and endocrine with the frequency 3 times a day for 5 days until 8 weeks. 6. Karjalian et al. 2020 with 90 participants in the south of Iran with the Acupoint SP6, SP10, ST36, and LI11 with the frequency 3 times a week for 4 weeks. The last, Panma et al. 2021 with 19 respondents in Indonesia with the Acupoint LI11 point with the frequency 2 times a week for 4 weeks for a total of 8 sessions. For discussion, we have 7 articles divided into 3 articles or RCT, 1 non-RCT, 2 experimental study, 1 pre-experimental study. There are 2 studies that not only use acupressure by fingertip, but also use transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation or TENS and transcutaneous electrical acupoint stimulation or TEAS. TENS refers to the delivery of electrical currents through the skin to activate peripheral nerves. There are 2 studies use the auricular acupressure for pruritus. The acupoints are the Shanman, heart, anterior lobe, occiput, and endocrine points, and the kidney, lung, heart point, Shanman, endocrine, and subcortical. There are 3 acupoints in common from these 2 studies: Shanman, heart, and endocrine points. Shanman is the original point of the heart meridian, with the function of nourishing heart zang and tranquilizing the mind, which are good for sleep. Heart point is synergistically strengthened when used with Shanman, but targets treatment related to the heart itself. There are 5 articles discussing the use of acupressure for pruritus in hemodialysis patients. The acupoint used to reduce pruritus divided into 2 groups. First, SP6, SP10, ST36, and LI11. Second, only 1 acupoint, LI11. Based on traditional Chinese medicine, SP6, SP10, ST36, and LI11 can relieve itching. As for the conclusion, the study suggested that acupressure may be effective in the treatment of pruritus, but the evidence is insufficient and other further studies are needed. Okay, this is the reference. Thank you. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation. Okay, we move to the second presenter of the session, Nurse Farida Purnamasari. You may start now.
Okay, thank you for this time for me. I will share my slideshow. How about my voice?
The voice is clear.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Farida Purnamasari from Krisusada Nursing Academy. I would like to present my research about the relationship between anxiety level and sleep quality of nurse during COVID-19 pandemic. My research outline is the first about background, the second method, the third result, and the last discuss and conclusion. The background. WHO data states that as many as 106 countries has been exposed to coronavirus, 2,004,709 confirmed, and 193,710 people died. In Indonesia, it was recorded that from February to May 2020, 55 health workers died due to corona, including nurses. This rise and increase in anxiety, which can ultimately affect the sleep quality of nurses during the COVID-19 pandemic. The aim of this study was to determine the relationship between anxiety level and the quality of sleep of nurses during the COVID-19 pandemic. This research method is quantitative study using primary data by Google Form and using a cross-sectional research method with analytical descriptive using the Summer Gamma test. The object is to determine the correlation between the correlation of the independent and independent variable or ordinal vs ordinal. Result. The population size of this study was 158 respondents and a sample size of 86 respondents. It can be seen that the anxiety level of the nurse was still normal around 93%. However, the anxiety level in mild category around 7%. and sleep quality of nurse in relation to their anxiety level during COVID-19 pandemic, it can be seen that almost all the respondents had poor sleep quality, around 92%. And the relationship between the level of anxiety and sleep quality of nurse during COVID-19 pandemic, it can be seen that respondents with normal anxiety level also experience poor sleep quality. Around 73 poor sleep quality respondent, and 6 level of anxiety mild with a poor sleep quality, around 6 respondent. The statistical test result obtained by the value of R 0.08, alpha 0.051, and value with gamma test is a significant relationship between the level of anxiety and sleep quality. Discussion. The characteristic of respondent in this research were dominated by female. Around 62 respondents, where the majority of them working in hospital, and assigned in inpatient care, 35 respondents, and were in 22 until 41 years old age group. Around 75 respondents. It is very likely for the respondent to experience anxiety, which can interfere with their sleep quality during this pandemic. According to Swart and Sandon, the characteristic of the person is very influential to their anxiety level. Women tend to be more sensitive to change, both emotional and situational change. For example, a change in surrounding environment, like a workplace or working room, might affect the level of anxiety of women. Age and education background of a person also determine how they will cope, as well as determine their mindset in dealing with any sudden change that occur, that require a rapid adaptation, so that the person can remain active by modifying their life while dealing with stressor. Based on previous research on the level of anxiety, according to Blackburn and Davidson, some of the factors that cause anxiety are the knowledge owned by a person about the situation they are feeling, whether it is steering or not, and the ability to self-control. Conclusion. Characteristics that become factor affective anxiety level and sleep quality during COVID-19 pandemic are age, gender, work, and speed and accuracy in personal protection during pandemic situation. Hormonal change with stimulates sympathetic nervous and education background. The better needs and the faster self-protection performed during COVID-19 pandemic can reduce the level of anxiety in coping and adaptation quickly to any change. So that all my sharing about my research. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Interesting presentation ya about sleeping. Okay, move to the third presenters of this session, Nurse Hinin Wasila. You may start now.
Bu Farida masih
Sebentar,
share
ya.
screen ya Bu? Iya.
Iya. Saya stop. Ya Allah, deg-degan. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay, Nurse Hinin, the time is yours.
Okay, please wait. Okay, could you see my PPT?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hinin Wasila. I come from the Fatmawati College School of Health Science. Today, I would like to present my PPT, the topic about the effectivity of honey for the treatment of diabetic foot ulcers, a literature review. I would like to start from the outline. This is my outline. I will have the study background, and then I will have the method, and then results, discussion, conclusion, and references. So this is my background. As we know, the diabetic patient experience diabetic foot ulcers. And the diabetic foot ulcer is one of the most devastating complications among diabetes population. So the management of diabetic foot is important and remains a major therapeutic challenge, which implies an urgent need to review strategies and treatments so we can achieve the goals and reduce the burden of care in an efficient and cost-effective way. Different wound dressing plays an essential part in managing diabetic foods. And I found honey has become unique natural feature as a wound healer can combat many microorganisms that are involved in the wound process and possesses antioxidant activity which can control the inflammation. Despite of their advantages, honey is rare to use by health worker in the hospital. So I think find a good evidence to support the utilization of honey in clinical area is important. And we can see here the data from International Diabetes Federation that mention the population of diabetes patients start from 20 to 79 years old. And we can see here, maybe I can, So we can see here in 2019, in North America, Europe, Middle East, Western Pacific, Latin America, Africa, and South Asia, the number of population of diabetes patients consistently increased. And the International Diabetes Federation also predicted in 2045, the number of patients with diabetes will increase rapidly to 10.9% from the 9.3% in 2019 to 10.9% in 2045. So how about in Indonesia? We can move to the next picture. The data is come from Bappenas. We can see here, Bappenas provide the data from 2017 to 2024. In 2017, the number of diabetes population in Indonesia is about 8.13 million people, and it's increased significantly to
8.71 in 2020. And Bepenas also predicted in 2024, the number of diabetes patients will still rise to 9.49 million people. Due to the high number of patients with diabetes in the world and also in Indonesia, I think conduct study among this population is essential. Okay. In the method, in the first, I should determine my PICO question. So here is my PICO question. After determine the PICO question, then I have the inclusion and exclusion criteria. And here is my inclusion and exclusion criteria. For inclusion criteria, in the first, I choose an article that using only honey as a diabetic food treatment on human, and then choose randomized control trial study because as we know that randomized control trial study have a good quality of evidence, and then the article should publish less than 10 years ago, and then available in English and Indonesian language. For the exclusion criteria, I have a literature review, systematic review, or meta-analysis study using honey as a treatment to animal such as rat and rabbit, and combine honey with another treatment such as aloe vera, etc. In the third step, I conducted the search strategy in several databases and created Prisma checklist and flow diagram. So I go to the several search of articles such as Embase, Ovid, and Medline. Then I identify in the total 51 article. After that, I screen the article for 3 times in EndNote. Then I got 30 study, and then I continue to screen. I looking for the article that fit with my purpose of study or my PICO question. So I got the 21 studies eligible for this literature review. After that, I still continue to screen my article because I need to find the full text article. So I looking for the full text article and got 4 studies in the end of Prisma flow diagram.
Okay, I'm sorry, 2 minutes left, Miss.
Okay, and this is for the result. From Camaratos et al. In 2014, they mentioned that the mean duration of healing in the group using honey is shortened than in the group of using conventional dressing. So we can conclude that the patient of honey group heal faster than in conventional dressing group. And then from Ritonga and Daulay et al. In 2019, we can see here the sialang honey effective for diabetic foot ulcer. It can heal the wound from age to 14 days. And from Mujika et al. 2019 also mentioned that honey or propolis can reduce the wound area about 4 centimeters. And then the last article from Siapas et al. In 2015, they mentioned that royal jelly, it has a good benefit for the wound because it can reduce the depth of the wound, can reduce the width of the wound, can complete healing faster than
conventional dressing. And in the end, 29 ulcers in placebo group or conventional group heal, and in royal jelly group or use honey got the 30 patient. So the placebo group only 29, and in the royal jelly group we have 30 patient. It's not significantly different, but still we can see the effectivity of using honey. So this is my discussion. Honey as a dressing material has character as accelerate wound healing by absorb water from interstitial tissue through its higher osmolarity that provide optimal environment for healing. So honey also reduce the deep and the wide of the wound and heal the wound faster. In this literature review, I found several types of honey used by researchers, such as local honey, medi honey, tule dressing, sialang honey, propolis, and royal jelly. In the conclusion, I can state that honey is applicable to use in clinical practice for diabetic foods because honey is effective to wound healing, which reduce the time of healing and as a disinfection for the ulcers. Indonesia is a forest country, so Indonesia is one of the best place to find honey. And as we nurse, we can recommend honey to the northern nurse because honey as effective treatment and intervention for targeted patient or population. There is no economic issues affecting applicability of honey as a treatment because honey is easy to find and inexpensive. So this is my last of presentation. Thank you for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Interesting presentation about honey and wound healing. Okay, we move to the last presenter of this oral presentation session, Nurse Cahyanti Kristianingsih. You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam.
And especially for Miss Fitri Anissa, who will be moderator in this session. Okay, may I allow to my PPT. My voice is clear enough?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our study is about in physiatric nursing area, especially for implementation of assertive training to increase the ability of anger expression in violent behavior patient at RSMM Bogor. Introduction is violent behavior. As we know that violent behavior is feeling of anger, irritation, emotion, disappointment that arise and are characterized by clenched fists, bulging eyes, glaring, loud, and rude speech, which can result in harmful action to himself, others, and the environment. In nursing management of patients with violent behavior requires various collaborative action, both medical and nursing action. In mental health nursing care, patients are taught the management of violent behavior physically, verbally, spiritually, and also drugs. In the management of verbal violence behavior, especially in person who cannot verbally, the application of assertive training is the best way to be carried out. This is according to the result of Irvanto, Sutiningrum, and Nurulita, giving assertive action exercise to the patient of risk of violent behavior, making the patient able to control their anger than patients who are not given assertive action exercise. Another research by Suyanta and Murthy shows that the result of increase in the ability to express anger assertively. The patient who are given assertive exercise becomes more capable of expressing anger well compared to patients who are not taught assertive exercise. Our methodology in this study use descriptive method in the form of a case study, simple, just simple case study, using a nursing care approach and compared for the patient, which 2 patients with violent behavior who were given assertive training, and another 2 patients who did not receive assertive training. This case study was conducted for patients who had the same symptoms of violent behavior. Our instrument used in this case study included the form of documentation of mental health nursing care, a form to observe the ability to do assertive training, and a form to observe the ability of expressing anger. This case study was conducted at the hospital of Dr. Haji Majuki Madi, as we know that as RSMM Bogor, West Java, carried on February 21 and 25 in 2022, which carrying out an assertive training 3 times a day in 5 days and also adjusted to the patient daily activities or when they felt upset or angry. The data was presented by describing the result of the success of doing assertive training through observation sheets carried out in 5 days. The result will be obtained differences that occur in patients who are given assertive training and patients who are not given assertive training. Of course, the principle of research ethics were done by respect for privacy and confidentiality, respect for justice and inclusiveness, and also balancing harms and benefit. The result of our study is, first, symptoms of violent behavior before assertive training. For the 4 subjects in this case study have symptoms of violent behavior that are almost the same in accordance with the inclusion criteria of this case study, such as when angry, using a high tone, looking tense, forcing when asking for something, or when the request is rejected. If they are angry, likes to strengthen, say rudely to other patients, and has a history of domestic violence. All of the subjects have limitation in expressing anger well. And about of overall implementation in assertive training, in subject 1 showed a very good response, which was indicated by an increase the ability to exercise assertiveness every day. But however, patients have cognitive difficulties in explaining the benefits and assertive sentences that must be practiced every day. So he must be explained repeatedly and often reminded in advance of applying it. The advantage of not doing it and the disadvantage of not doing it. Sometimes subject 1 still show an annoyed expression when his request is rejected and is reminded to ask for help. In subject 2, after 80, the patient is better able to focus on learning and apply the exercise according to the agreed schedule, so that the patient is more able to express anger well when asking for help using the word help. And also he was able to use the word sorry when angry. He can express better when asking for help using the sentence. He used please, say the sentence please, not forcing, and say sorry when he cannot help the others. We can see the comparison of the improvement of assertive training, assertive practice ability of the 2 subjects who are given assertive training, that the subjects 2, the second subject is more better than the subject 1. Meanwhile, in the other 2 patients who were not given assertive exercise, the researchers only taught exercise to control anger with physical exercise by deep breathing relaxation technique or hitting the pillow, or another soft subject. Taught them to take medicine well and do activities when feeling upset. So our conclusion in this case study, one of the nursing actions to overcome violent behavior is assertive training. This assertive training was carried out 3 times a day for 5 days, according to a schedule agreed with the nurse patient, and also had to consider or adjust to the patient condition every day. The result obtained after 5 days of playing 80 were that both patients showed an increase in doing AT, so that both patients also showed an increase in expressing anger better than the two patients who were not given assertive training. Plus, this case study recommends the importance of nurses to do assertive exercise for the patient with violent behavior to make them able to express his anger assertively so that the patient are able to control anger verbally and can reduce their violent behavior. Okay, many thank you for all participants, the moderator, and the reviewer. Breathing of healthy soul. Salam sehat jiwa from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Such a cute gesture from Ms. Cahyanti. Thank you for all the presenters from this session. But sadly, I have to inform you that due to time limitation, Ms. Lilin will only give some feedback to the presenter without question. Okay, let me invite Ms. Lilin once again to give feedback to the presenters.
Thank you. I think this is the last 4 presenter for today, and I'm really appreciate for all the hard working that all the presenter has been done. And all the topic that I read actually is a very good topic and very interesting topic. I have only a few comments because the time is limit. Sorry, so I just have a few comments for Bu Yuanita ya Bu. And in here your study focus on occupation on pruritus in hemodialysis, and I have one question. Actually, what is the eligibility criteria for you to decide to include 7 articles from 395? So what is the criteria for you to include only 7 articles in your study?
Sorry, still discussion or just suggestion?
I think that's my question. What is criteria? Yes.
Okay. The criteria. First, I have the inclusion criteria. It must be experimental study, and then published in 2012 until 2022, and then the intervention is acupressure or auricular acupressure, not the others. And like my study, my aim, the goal in my study, that's to know the effectiveness acupressure on pruritus.
I think that should be put on your paper.
Okay.
Because like the study should be experimental design, and should be include like acupressure and so on. It should be included in your paper. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. And then for the second presenter, Bu Farida, betul ya?
Oh ya, Bu Farida.
Yeah, Bu Farida. Yeah, and your study focus on the relationship between anxiety level and sleep quality for nurses during the COVID-19. And then I have one question. What are the instruments you use to measure the anxiety and also to measure the sleep quality? Because you haven't say it in your paper actually. Yeah.
You have an unmute your mic, Ms. Farida. Okay.
Okay, thank you for a question. I will answer. I saya memakai saya memakai instrumen. My instrument is a standard dari PSQI for quality sleep, and for the NCAT I use a standard instrument from aduh lupa sebentar, dari I use instrument that standard NCT level. Harsh.
Oh, okay. And for the sleep, I think maybe later in your paper you have to mention what are the instruments you have used in your study, and also including the validity if there is available, and also including the justification how you decide 86 respondents in your study, and what are the criteria for your sample, and then how to do the data collection procedure, including the ethical clearance. I think you have to mention it, especially because Miss, you just mentioned to me that all this paper probably will be published in our journal, in my university journal. So that's should be included in your method section. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sample justification, sample criteria, instrument, data collection procedure, including the ethical number. Yeah, okay. It should be put in your paper.
Okay,
yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then for the third presenter. Yeah. I think this quite good to write the method section for your literature review. And I just have one question for the quality of study assessment that you haven't mentioned it in your method. Probably you can explain in here and then later on add in your paper.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Lin, for the question. Actually, I just looking for the randomized controlled trial study for my articles, but actually, I know that we should conduct assess article one by one, but using critical appraisal tools. But actually, I didn't do that. So maybe I just choose the article according to the randomized control trial study, and then because we know that the hierarchy of study mentioned that randomized control trial study quite good to choose as a literature review. So that's my reason. Okay.
Yeah, I do agree that randomized control trial is the gold standard for the study. But actually not all of the randomized control trial done. So in the literature review or systematic review or in the evidence-based practice, although they have been conducted the randomized control trial, but they have a probability to be downgrade their level of evidence because for example, poor writing, or the way they randoms their samples, or the way they randoms their intervention and control group is not appropriate. I think that's probably happen, or probably they didn't conduct it like the blinded. That's could produce the bias.
Okay.
Yes, even the randomized control trial, we still need to do the appraisal to look at which study they provide strong evidence from the RCT. Yeah.
So after choose the article, maybe we go through the CEBM.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
there are many tools.
Many
I
tools,
think the most easier tool, maybe you can use the GBI. Yes, if it's free, you can download it from the Google, and it's easy to follow how to apprise your article. But there are also another tool like Consort, but it's a little bit complicated. Yes, it's more complicated than GBI.
Okay. Thank you for the information. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And for the last presenter, Ibu Cahyanti.
Betul.
Yeah, thank you for your very good presentation with your enthusiasm in the last session. Yeah.
You're
and
right.
your study also very interesting because you mentioned that you have been conducted a case study actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is probably something that we have to clarify first. In your objective of the study, you want to compare two patients with violence behavior who were given assertive training with two patients who did not receive the assertive training, right? So, but in the result, we haven't seen how this comparison happened. Because in the results section, you just mentioned about the symptoms, overview of the implementation, actually the comparison, how it happened after they gave assertive training for the two different population. Maybe could you please to mention it more? Yeah.
Okay. In this case study, simple case study, including about 4 patients with violent behavior. I divided into 2 patients who give AT, assertive training, and 2 patients more is not given assertive training. Maybe of course in the discussion I have explaining about the perkembangan ya. The graphic, our graphic is the patient can expressing their anger assertively, but the 2 patients who are not given, they can just we can give about relaxation, deep relaxation, and about having drugs. Maybe about the lack of our PPT, of course, I don't mention about because there are limitation of the slide. Yeah, it's only 10. Maybe next I will revise the manuscript. Thank you. Many thanks.
Yeah, because that is very important for you to compare.
Yeah.
Most of the result you describe only for the group that receive assertive training, but the explanation for the group who did not receive assertive training is very limited. So I think maybe it could be added in your paper also. Yeah, thank you.
I have to explain giving the sentences that describe their ability to express the anger. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Bu.
Miss Lily. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. I think that's all for my opinions, and I'm sorry if it's because of the time is limit, so we can have a more discussion, and also I have a sense a paper to the Miss Yua, maybe Miss Yua distribute to all the participant, and then good luck for the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you again to Ms. Lilin for the feedback, for the question, for the review. Honestly, I learned a lot from this session, and I hope all the audience learn too from the feedback, the review. So before we end this oral presentation session, let me give you a closing statement. Yeah. From 9 research and presenters that we listened in the session, we saw that a lot of intervention, a lot of variables, and a lot of study that we can explore in the nursing area. So we have to continue learning, don't stop trying, and always open up for the feedbacks. I am Fitri Anissa. Till we meet again, I'm giving back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurse Fitri Anissa, and thank you too for special thank you for Mrs. Lilin Lindayani for our review today. And this time, for as a tribute to all participants, we have selected 15 lucky person today. So stay there and see is your name or not. Now take a look. Are you the lucky one?
Baiklah, sebagai apresiasi kami kepada para audiens, kami telah memilih 15 orang yang beruntung dari seluruh peserta seminar pada hari ini untuk mendapatkan door prize seperti yang sudah kita jelaskan di awal. Nah, siapa saja kita akan lihat di screen. Kita baca ya. Okay. Ada pertama Heni Zartina Rahma dari Akper Pelni, ada Dea Cantika Oktavia Purba dari Akper Cikini, ada David Kaisar Yusuf Samosir dari Akper Cikini, ada Anissa Robiatul dari Stikes Fatmawati, dan juga ada Audi FP dari Akper Pelni Jakarta.
Junita Susan, Akper Cikini, Santa Maria Pangaribuan, Akper Cikini, Santi, Akper Cikini, Brian Rahmat Hartamir, Stikes Fatmawati, dan Astri Fauziah Anjani, Akper Pelni.
Ada Astria Novita Rahmadina dari Akper Pelni Jakarta, ada Fiska Ola dari Akper Cikini, ada Siti Sundari dari Akper Pelni Jakarta, ada Priyoto dari Akper Kris Husada, dan juga ada Fazar Az-Zahrawani dari Akper Pelni Jakarta. Sangat beruntung ya, 15 orang pemenang ini sudah akan mendapatkan hadiah ya.
Ya.
Baik.
Untuk informasi, for the contact list number, and you can see in your screen.
Oke, silakan dihubungi nomor yang sudah tertera di screen dengan Bapak Dani nanti ya. Ya, sudah ada di room chat. Pemenang dapat menghubungi nomor yang sudah ada di chat room.
Now, for all the oral presentation, we have two participants for oral presentation, and we have to
be a good.
We have two for best article research and best oral presentation. Now, before we say the participant, please be willing to Nurse Yeni, Master of Nursing and Medical Surgical Nursing Specialized as a Director of PGI Cikini Hospital Nursing Academy, to give a certificate to best oral presentation to prepare. And the name is, the best oral presentation is Nurse Samsinar Butar-Butar, with the topic is the effect of deep breathing relaxation technique on blood pressure change in hypertension patient at CCI Cikini Hospital. Langsung dua ya tadi.
Selamat Bu Samsinar.
Ya, tinggal sertifikat. Enggak, sudah Samsinar betul.
Udah apa tadi satu?
Selamat ya.
And for the best article research, Nurse Hinin Wasila with topic the effectivity of honey for the treatment of diabetic foot ulcers. And we invite again Miss Yani.
Senang kalau kasih selamat orang yang berhasil. Selamat Unin. Baik, semoga ini menjadi inspirasi untuk terus meneliti dan meneliti. Selamat.
And again, please be willing to Nurse Triatun Wahyuningsi as a Director of Nursing Academy of Pelni to give a certificate to our reviewer. And please to Mrs. Lin to adopt his reviewer today.
Ya.
Now to all participants, I kindly invite all of you to fill the link evaluation that will be distributed on Zoom chat room to get certificate.
Kepada para hadirin sekalian, sebelum mengakhiri acara, dipersilahkan untuk mengisi link evaluasi yang akan disebarkan di chatroom Zoom untuk mendapatkan sertifikat.
And then now, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our International Nursing Conference today.
Demikian acara demi acara telah kita lalui, maka berakhir sudah seminar internasional keperawatan kita kali ini.
Hopefully, we can take advantage and benefits from this conference to improve our knowledge.
Kami sungguh berharap kita semua mendapatkan ilmu yang berguna bagi perkembangan ilmu keperawatan di Indonesia.
And we would like to see you again on the next International Nursing Conference. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa dalam seminar internasional keperawatan berikutnya.